Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone today? Today is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, and we're back. We're back in Dedham today for day 6 of the Karen Reed re-persecution. The more I think about what happened yesterday with Brennan, the angrier I get. Anyone else? Anyone else think that what went on yesterday was completely out of line and embarrassing and outrageous, and the fact that the judge does not have control of her courtroom is disturbing? I mean, did Alan Jackson ever treat Trooper Paul that way? Ever? Despite the fact that his testimony was laughable? Right? It was wild, infuriating. People are still shaken about it. Oh, thanks, Becky. Suggesting Solid as a Rock for the playlist. Well done. Hanky Boy had no friends, and as a child, his dad tied a pork chop around his neck so the dog would play with him, says Becky. Thanks, Becky. Lally was the pork chop. On top for being on top, and not one, but 2 zipper stickers. As is nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, folks. Well, a lot of you were confused yesterday by Ian Whiffen's testimony, and who better than our friend Olivia Nile to sort all of this out for us on Twitter? Let's take a look, because this is a great summary. Okay, so go up there. Thank you. All right, Olivia says, Officer John O'Keefe's phone tells the real story. 5:52 a.m., call from Jen McCabe. Phone logged in, quote, pocket, which is blocked. The blocked state. Remember, he said that if the camera is covered, it logs in as a blocked state. I think that's what he meant. Let's fix this. Okay, better. Good morning. So 5:52 a.m., a call from Jen McCabe, phone log in pocket or blocked state. At 6:02:41 a.m., the phone is logged in cleared state. Remember that the 911 call wasn't even made until 6:04. So how did this phone get cleared at 6:02:41 a.m.? I have questions. 6:03:02 a.m. is the call from Karen Reed, and we heard the audio of that call because it dropped in the back seat of Carrie's car. And Carrie says that Jen McCabe was standing outside behind the tailgate, and the tailgate was open when she was talking to 911. I don't know if that's accurate because you can't hear any wind really in that 911 call. So it sounded like to me she was sitting inside the car, but what do I know? Olivia goes on to say, John's phone didn't move itself. Someone moved it. Before Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, or Kerry Roberts even got to 34 Fairview Road or his body. If John was incapacitated, who had their hands on his phone? Was John's body dumped on the front lawn during that 10-minute window? Was Jen McCabe stalling to buy time and cover tracks? Every second of that timeline matters. The phone didn't move itself. John O'Keefe's cell phone showed that between 5:52:26 a.m. and 6:02:41 a.m., the frontward-facing camera went from being blocked or recorded as in a pocket state to it being cleared before Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, and Kerry Roberts arrived at the scene. If John was incapacitated, this means his phone was moved by someone else during this time. The Doppler/pocket state measure records the state of the frontward-facing camera on the iPhone when an incoming call is received. When a call is received on the iPhone, the frontward-facing camera automatically activates for Face ID recognition. If the phone is inside one's pocket or the camera is otherwise blocked during this activation, the phone will record it as having been in a pocket state. When the camera is not blocked or the phone is not in one's pocket, for instance, it will record as being in a cleared state. At 5:52:15 a.m., John's phone received a call from Jen McCabe. For this call, his phone data logs the frontward-facing camera as being in a pocket state, thus the camera was covered or obscured at that time. However, by 6:02:41 a.m. and the time that Karen Reed calls John's phone at 6:03:02 a.m., prior to arriving at 34 Fairview or running over to his body, John's phone now shows as being in a cleared state, which would have required human intervention to achieve. John was incapacitated. Who moved his phone around during that time window to change the status of its Doppler pocket state? Right? And that is one of the mysteries, just one of the mysteries. Mark says you could hear the sound of the windshield wipers when Jen was on the phone with 911. Interesting. And then, of course, Olivia always attaches receipts. If you don't follow Olivia, she's at Olivia Lambo on Twitter. And yes, I'm always going to call it Twitter forever and ever and ever. I don't care. I don't think X is good branding. She's got the receipts showing that at 6:02:41, the phone was in a cleared state. And of course, this exhibit here from the last trial. And this looks like John O'Keefe's call log report from Cellebrite. And here are the calls. Incoming from Karen, 6:03:02 a.m. Incoming from Karen, 6:03:02 a.m. Why is this all the same call? Jen McCabe calling at 5:52:15 a.m. And there you have it. This is John O'Keefe's call log report. Why does it say from Matt McCabe? 5:38:05 a.m. There's a 5:36:29 a.m. call from Karen. But that's interesting. There's a Matt McCabe phone call on here, which I never noticed before. Olivia, are you here? Interesting. I think so. Is Jen using Matt's phone? Hi, Stephanie Flynn. Says, I was out yesterday and caught this up this morning. Brennan's actions, he should have been held in contempt of court. It was outrageous. It was outrageous. I've never seen an attorney behave that way. If Alan Jackson did that, he would have been sanctioned, told to shut up, stop, move on, Mr. Jackson. I mean, it took a long time for her to tell him to move on. The fan is up. Mrs. Bouquet, it's your Melliversary. Congratulations for being here for a whole year with me. That's amazing. Happy anniversary to us. Plant Lady is here. Biased Bev will allow it. Makes me mad. Hungry like a wolf for the play. I think it's already on there. Red's daughter, maybe not. Cyber Chicken Boston, thanks for your 20. Says, as a cybersecurity professional, I've used Signal for years. It's commonly used among professionals. It's not nefarious, for the love of ducks. Yeah. And after Brennan made a motion to obtain text messages between David Unetti and Karen Reed, trying to bust up the attorney-client privilege, could you blame any attorney for using Signal? I was reading a lot of stuff yesterday that a lot of attorneys were writing, and they're like, I'm surprised more attorneys don't use Signal. So there's nothing nefarious about that at all, as Hank Brennan would say. Of course, we say nefarious. He says nefarious. But more attorneys should be using it, because there's nothing more sacrosanct than communications between an attorney and his or her client. But Hank Brennan doesn't seem to think so, because he's trying to get her communications. And so after that happened, why would it be shocking? It shouldn't be. The whole thing is just a smokescreen. They just, in my opinion, they really wanted to know what the feds know. That was their way of getting like a mini deposition to try and find out what the feds know. And what do they know? Well, they know that the feds were watching the entire first trial and keeping the experts apprised of what was happening. And that's not the only reason they were watching the whole first trial. So anybody who thinks the federal investigation is over may want to rethink that. Isabel says, I almost feel embarrassed for Brennan. Oh, I don't. I think he showed his true colors, and I think that he is absolutely the weasel snake that we always thought he was. I have no embarrassment for that man whatsoever. Chris says, will Auntie Bev apologize to AJ and the fence? No, never. Absolutely not. Why would she? She doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. She thinks she has wide latitude. She's the gatekeeper of the gates to hell, and she has no reason to apologize in her mind. But a guy can dream, right, Chris? Thanks for tuning in from Canada. The world is watching, and the judge doesn't seem to care. And it's a scary day in America in 2025 when this is going on, and we're all watching it. The entire world is watching it. Hi, Mary. Did anyone see Hank nodding to no to Canoni yesterday during Dr. Wolf's testimony? And she immediately took notes. About 700 people emailed me that. I don't know what to make of it, if anything. But I'm not going to play someone else's content to show that to you. I don't know if anybody sent me like a clean copy of a video that's not from someone else's stream. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let me see. A lot of people sent this to me, so thanks, you guys. You're the internet sleuths. And this post says, watch the head shake followed by Bev's paper shuffle. Okay, so watch. I'm going to share this with you. Watch Brennan look at the judge, and then she shakes and she shuffles her papers. A lot of people send this to me. I don't know if it means anything, but you tell me what you think.
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial. I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial. So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial. I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial.
So what they're pointing out here is that Brennan is shaking his head at the judge, and then she starts writing something down. Like, I don't know if it means anything or anything, but you guys got eagle eyes. I'll tell you that. Play it one more time.
Okay, I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial. I routinely do when I work with attorneys. Okay. I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial.
Does it
So
look
this is
odd?
something-
Yeah. Could it be a coincidence? Yeah. Could be. Could be. Thanks for pointing it out, Mary. Welcome, Jessica. Nothing to see here. Morning. Can't wait for fireworks. I was completely floored how Bev lost the courtroom and how she let Hank treat the trash, the crash daddies. If that was the defense, they would have been shut down long ago. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. But you know, it's one rule for the Commonwealth, and it's a whole different set of rules for the defense. It's pretty obvious now, isn't it? Thank you for your super chat. Elf, thank you for gifting a membership, and to the random YouTuber who was gifted, welcome. Magnolia Gypsy says, as nefarious as America's teens and WhatsApp. Yeah. There are a lot of encrypted apps out there. People use them for different reasons. I don't think there's anything nefarious about it. Thanks for being here for 14 months. Laura, my 40th birthday. Happy birthday to Laura. Laura is 40. Happy birthday, Laura. Can't believe I'm spending another birthday watching a Karen retrial. I know. Sorry. I hope you're going to do something fun later, at least. Happy birthday to Laura. Josh says, ICE is literally detaining attorneys at the border and searching their phones. I would recommend using Signal to preserve attorney-client privilege. Yes. Many attorneys have suggested that as well. They've been talking about it. They're like, I don't know why more attorneys don't use it, especially in this case where they've already said that. I think Brennan has already announced to the world that he doesn't think attorney-client privilege is important. And he tried to get those messages, and that was the day that Alessi was arguing, and the judge shut him down and was like, listen, I don't need to hear anymore, mister. Talk to the hand. I don't need to hear anymore. And she said, you're not getting it. And that was the end of it. To Hank. One of the few motions the defense has won during the course of this over 3-year upside down, inside out, fakakta, mishigas of a trial and proceeding. I could not crush on Alessi more. Well done with your username. My husband is a manager at BJ's. They use Signal. Oh, that's interesting. Melissa Bestford, thank you for tuning in from down under. Thank you for thanking me, and thank you for watching. Otherwise, I'd be screaming into the closet or the television by myself. So thank you for being here. Sherry said they heard the phone ring in the house. They found it and got it outside for Carrie to find. That is a theory. Thanks for your super chat. Brennan and Two Potted Plants says, I bet Marcy, Brev, and Brennan use Signal. No. We do know that Brennan took over as the taint team for Michael Marcy's emails because he just didn't trust the real taint team. Just looks sus, doesn't it? The Killing Moon, Echo and the Bunnyman for Spotify. Thank you, Sarah B. Creative. Lunette, big comfy couch. Could 602 be when Carrie and Karen turned him? If they lifted him off the phone and it cleared? Don't know. Nobody's really admitted that that's true. Nobody's testified to that. Carrie didn't testify to it. We'll see. Jennifer McCabe might be on the stand today, so this should be fireworks to come. Ian Whiffen is still on cross, so this is going to be a nice barbecue. Slicing and dicing of Alessi Scissorhands like a surgeon. He'll dismantle his points one by one, and I'm here for it. I'm here for every minute of it because you know what? My opinion, Alessi is way smarter. Well, not even in my opinion, it's just obvious. Alessi is way smarter than Ian Whiffen could ever hope to be. And isn't the extent of Ian Whiffen's training something like a 3-week course? Really? This is your expert? He took a 3-week course and he's a customer service rep for Cellebrite? The Albert Rock on the lawn. Well, oh, David, you changed your name again. It looks nefarious to me. We'll see if they talk about that rock today. We haven't heard anything more about the rock. Hi, Gladys. I had to reschedule my Core TV appearance last night because something came up with one of my kids. So yes, I don't know. I didn't see it. I'm going to go on another night. I was on twice last week. It's a lot. It's a lot when you're doing a show. I was on for 9 hours yesterday, and then something came up with one of my kids that I had to, mommy about. So they didn't talk about ARCCA as far as I know yesterday. Random thoughts. Could a witness look at the judge and ask, are you going to stop this harassment? You know, witnesses can say things organically, and they do. They do. And after Dr. Wolf got on the stand yesterday and talked about the harassment that he's been suffering and his wife has also been subject to, what did they do again? The Twidiots last night started posting his wife's picture again and screenshots of her Facebook. I'm sorry, what part of witness intimidation don't you understand? Because they're clearly trying to scare him away from testifying. And many of the communications that he had with Alan Jackson had to do with the harassment, he said. It's outrageous. But, you know, Massachusetts only selectively persecutes their laws. Only people who think that Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her car, and that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. We're unmuted. God save us from the Commonwealth. Here we go. Good morning. Hopefully their sound is good today. Thank you, Random Thoughts, for your super chat. And they just muted their sound. Thank you, Crafty Councilwoman, for thanking me and for your super chat. Good luck with your prep.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Jim is back.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that,
It looked like a rock. No, it was a rock. It said Albert on it, and it looked like it had a big blood stain on it.
please disregard it. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th.
That's it? That's it? Just an instruction to disregard it? Just disregard it. It didn't mean anything. It wasn't placed there so that you would think that that's where John O'Keefe was hit by her car and fell and hit her head and hit his head. Okay, that's it. Just an instruction. Just disregard the rock. I'd be moving for another view after Brian Albert testifies that he didn't hear or see anything and didn't wake up and his dog didn't bark and he didn't come out of the house. Wow. That's jury tampering. Did they go out and look? Did Yuri Buchanan go over there and start scouring ring cameras to find out who did it? Is that it? That's all we're going to do? Just tell them to disregard the rock? Some of you are just joining, so I'm going to play that again. Here's the judge addressing the rock with the jury.
What the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that
What the lawyers want me to tell you. I wouldn't tell you this on my own, but you know, those lawyers want me to tell you.
last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th, 2020.
Yeah, no big whoop. It wasn't there. Trust us, bro.
With that, could we have Mr. Whiffen back, please?
Whiffen is back for his roasting.
Thank you.
If you're ever
All right,
concerned,
Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're all set. If you're ever wondering who's on the phone, who's on the stand, not who's on the phone, it's always scrolling along the bottom of the screen for you. Wow. Okay. Good morning. I need more coffee.
May I approach?
Yes.
D, I bet Proctor wished to use Signal too. Why didn't anyone move the mystery rock at the field trip? Because they probably weren't allowed to. Nothing to see here. They can't, they can't alter the scene. The attorneys can't just move it. The whole thing
Your
is
Honor, if
sus.
I may address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffen's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
A swing and a whiff yesterday on this guy's direct.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffen, I've just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43. And this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
I don't know why the captions
And
aren't
just if
working
you
on
could,
Court
sir,
TV
just
today,
pick up
guys.
your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see if it picks up. But the audio is good here, so moving around is, risky.
So what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it ain't static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device.
Let me just switch to here and see if the captions are working here, but I don't know how great the sound is. So let me know if you.
timeline. Correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in deck.
Is the sound okay here? It's okay? All right, cool. Because I love captions. I watch TV regularly with captions all the time. So I know how much I rely on them because I just watch everything with captions. Okay, cool. So let's just take that back to where he started reading from this first slide about location data. Okay, so we don't miss a beat.
Of
Here we go.
12 of the location.
Okay, here we go.
If you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it.
Also, Court TV was skipping.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph.
Okay, I turned my mic down. Is that better for the people that are not happy with my mic volume? Here's my volume. Here's the court volume.
The device arrived outside
Here's my volume.
34 Fairview
Court
at
volume.
12/24/38, where it remained static for about 30 seconds.
I
Do you
just did
see that, sir?
modulate.
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah. So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in deck. '79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wilk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house.
You see what he's doing,
Now,
right?
if we could,
He's cherry picking. Whiffen has cherry picked everything that he wants the jury to hear and putting it in his PowerPoint presentation. And you remember all of the the hubbub about the PowerPoint presentation and how it was something like 140 slides. And he's not including any of the information that helps the defense in his PowerPoint. That the phone was moving towards the house, that he was going into the house with his phone, that maybe he went into the house. You see what a surgeon does on cross-examination? I know we have a lot of law students who watch this show. This is how you are going to become an excellent trial attorney, by watching other excellent trial attorneys on cross. This is huge because we don't get to see the report. The report is not evidence. The jury does not get to see the report. All they get to see is the PowerPoint presentation. Why would he leave that out? He's going to be made to look a fool now. So let's just take that back a sec. This way we can also fast forward through the breaks when we get to them, but this is huge.
Says from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Oh,
yes.
interesting.
And
That's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
And if he was in the basement, maybe there was no signal down there. Isn't that interesting how all of a sudden the location data is spotty, not accurate? It's an important 12 minutes. Remember also, Ian Whiffen was only sent the extractions. He wasn't sent the phone.
Correct.
His analysis is only as good as the data that he's given, right?
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters. And yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At
Yes,
that
Aaron
time
connected to John's
period,
Wi-Fi at
12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report.
Good morning, John Baggs. Yeah, that's the distance to the front door.
So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location
The captions just said it's certainly possible that the devil was at that location, and the devil absolutely was at that location. That's hilarious.
data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports.
I'm
But
a
think
grammar snob too, so I get it.
that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at
Was
this
reduced,
point,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Boom, there it is. I've said this from the beginning, that the reason maybe some of the people in the house did not see him go in the house is because there's the front door, which is kind of in the middle of the house. Then to the right, there's that little breezeway, I'll call it, with a door that goes into the house. And then to the side of that, there's another door that goes into the garage. If he had never been there before and they said, oh, come up to the side door, maybe he ran up the driveway to the side door and went into the garage. I've always thought that as a theory. And now this guy, Whiffen, their expert, is telling you that he could have gone into a building. And Alessi's focusing on the garage. And that would explain why 11 people in the house said they never saw him come in the house, because it wasn't the house, it was the garage. Maybe. Reasonable doubt, don't you think?
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Come look at your screen for a second if you're wandering, not if you're driving. Take a look. He included this in his report that the jury will not see, but he did not include this in his PowerPoint. And look at these circles and how many different circles there are and how it shows that much of that circle encompasses the house.
Interesting and notable. You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it
He's making the jury think that this guy is hiding things from him. And he is, because his PowerPoint was very selective. And there are certain things that are exculpatory to the defense that he did not put in his timeline. This is fantastic. He is discrediting him second by second.
was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
What happened to the chat? It's not moving for me either.
Given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, which encompasses the house. The chat stopped moving for me too. Is YouTube having issues today? I love your name, Lost in the Michigas. If you know, you know. It's Yiddish. I don't know. When I put something in there, it's moving, but it's not moving for me. This is really weird. YouTube glitching, always. Not you, it's YouTube.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
Over the next few hours?
And therefore,
from 12:38
over the
a.m.?
next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Yeah.
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The phone could be in the house. Yes, that's it. We're done. Thank you. And no further questions. I mean, much further do we need to go? Right? The phone could be in the house. Yes. He's decided he's not going to risk his career for these fools. I got to play that back one more time. This is the key. This is going to be the key testimony of the day. I don't know that he needs to get anything more than from him over the next few hours. Wasn't his graph like blank between a certain time and a certain time that he showed in his PowerPoint? And now he says at 12:38, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information again, the data center is on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with a differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map below in white. And then it says, over the next few hours, the GPS coordinates and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road over the next few hours, like until when? Listen to it again.
Could be in the house. Phone of, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
Boom.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes, the phone could be in the house.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
He looks very uncomfortable now, Ian Whiffen.
Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
Oh,
Waze,
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
it tries to be accurate.
Matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr.
We're
Wolf,
done here.
go to page 30.
Okay, okay, let me tell you something. Hold on a second. The pool at 34 Fairview was not filled in with cement. Please do not spread those rumors. That was a different Albert brother who filled in his pool with cement. It was Tim Albert. Has nothing to do with 34 Fairview. So if misinformation is posted in the chat, it's going to be deleted because we don't want people to have the wrong information. We are based on facts on this channel. I know a lot about this case. Some of you in the chat know more than I do about this case, but I've been covering this case for almost a year and a half. I have hundreds of hours of content on my channel about this case. And 34 Fairview's pool was never filled in. That was Tim Albert's pool, the brother of Brian. One of the brothers. He has 5 brothers.
What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
No. But the PowerPoint
Next
is what you showed
paragraph.
to the jury.
If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down.
Okay, when you hear him
And-
say, some of you think that he's calling Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Wolk or Wolf. He's not. He's speaking to the gentleman, I think he's an intern, who is handling the PowerPoint and putting the exhibits up on the screen. So it sounds like he's saying Mr. Wolf, but he's not. I'm not sure what that person's name is. It might be Wolk, something such as like that. Alessi knows that this is Whiffen.
And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in
See?
your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Now, in terms of
Craig trained him, actually. We love Craig, man of the tiny desk.
the
Miss him
timeline,
so.
and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction.
He's very squirmy.
It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please.
Jury's going to be pissed if they think this guy's trying to hide things from them and
So
it looks shady and they're going to disregard his whole testimony.
you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
I mean, that was what he said. Let me hear the question again.
Objection.
By that the phone rendered an opinion,
Here's the question.
and yesterday you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
That's what he said.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute.
That's
please.
what he said. Yeah, objection. He's ruining my case. They do that all the time. Thank you, Sandra. Beatles fan says, notice the difference between Mr. Brennan and Alessi. When Alessi catches the witness with holes in their testimony, Mr. Alessi doesn't degrade the witness. He hasn't started yelling at him. I mean, the way that Brennan was yelling at Dr. Wolf yesterday was embarrassing. Mr. O'Keefe is back today. He's not looking happy. Mr. O'Keefe and Karen were very, very close. They would go to church every Sunday together.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So If we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Right.
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
See the white circle? It encompasses at least half the house.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
Yes. If that rock said free Karen Reed, the judge would have had a stroke. You're right. Canton VFW watch party live stream. Thank you for pointing that out. So true. But it said Albert's on it. Well done.
And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56. And then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
The direction of trouble, it
I want
said
to
on the
focus on the
captions.
time, 12:31.
He said it was west and it went towards the house.
Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
Wait,
You
hold
don't have
on.
to answer.
Hold on. I want to take that back. Take Ian's testimony, Whiffen Reason. That is an amazing username. Thank you for your super sticker to show me your username, because it's a competition in the Snark Tank for best username. And so far today, liking that one the best. Are you aware that the Commonwealth Aperture submitted a report? And here's what the report said.
Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
And that's okay.
Well, that's funny how she'll stop this witness, but you know, if it's the crash daddies, she won't stop them if it's a defense witness. So now we know Aperture is going to come in and testify. That's Judson Welcher and whatever other witnesses they have from Aperture, which is the name of the company. Their accident reconstructionist is going to come in and testify that there was a collision event. found somewhere, I guess, in the black box data of the Lexus, because they did another chip on, chip off, wax on, wax off with regard to her telematics data, that this collision occurred at 12:31:56 a.m., which is nearly 12:32. And we know that Karen connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36. It is more than a 4-minute drive in the snow, even without snow. So this collision event that was triggered was after Karen was already gone. Alessi wants to know if Whiffen was told this. Look, my freeze game is so on point today already. If Whiffen was told this, and if he was told it, would it change his opinion? But the judge sustained that objection. Looks like
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Really?
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough.
I need to correct something I said earlier. And that is that I think it was the Aperture report. I think it was the Judson Welcher report that was 140 slides that needed to be pared down. So I'm not sure how many slides Ian Whiffen's is. Don't worry, you're not going to have to sit through 140.
Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall
1162 is the key cycle, right? Correct me, chat, if I'm wrong.
the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Alessi.
Why are you objecting? He said he reviewed the PowerPoint presentation. He said he looked at Aperture's report, vaguely remembers the slide. He's trying to refresh his recollection. That is totally a proper way to do it. Why do you need to see them at sidebar? Notice Karen has to walk up there with her Crohn's, her MS, and all of her other mental conditions, medical conditions, because she asked for headphones for sidebars and they wouldn't accommodate her. And also notice Laura Marachlin is back. Thank you, Pamela Campbell, for your super sticker. I think we have a couple of extra FF time, so we can FF through this. He said he looked at it. He vaguely remembers it. If I showed to you, would it refresh your recollection? And now she's calling a sidebar. Here's the problem. If they relied on Ian Whiffen's report and Ian Whiffen's findings, and his findings are wrong, their report is wrong too. See?
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you.
Oh, good. He's going to get to show it to him.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Hi, Madam Roz. It wasn't Liz. Liz was not the timeline scrivener, wasn't it, Denise? So I think somebody said Jen McCabe's sisters are there behind
Okay.
Paul O'Keefe, but it wasn't Liz. It was Denise who was the scrivener
Thank you.
of the timeline.
Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It does. Thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen.
There's a blower
If you,
on.
sir, could bring the mic. It's not your fault.
Is it a
If you
leaf
could bring it
blower?
and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38. And we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82. And you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point,
Oops. Oops. Sorry about that. Got a little button happy. Okay, here we go.
Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You
These
see
appear-
that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not.
Technically,
There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
Karen was already gone by 12:32. Karen was already gone. John was still alive. Karen was gone. Technically, was every witness for the Commonwealth coached to say the word technically. We've heard it from Kerry Roberts. We've heard it from this witness, and we heard it from a third witness whose name I can't remember right now. Is it their safe word? Yeah, Jody Mitchell's like, it's their safe word. Karen was gone by 12:32.
123204 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
And it has to be
So
your
someone
face.
had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 123205, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 123206. We discussed this, it says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And
12:31:47. Jennifer McCabe texts John O'Keefe, pull behind me, because she's looking out the window and allegedly she sees the car there, but we know the car was already gone. Technically, Karen Reed is innocent. Technically, Karen Reed was framed. Technically, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe.
does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
For it to say
The
red?
message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
12:32:09. Phone was clicked off, or clicked. What do you say? Clicked off for the last time. Karen Reed was gone. She was long gone.
Next entry, 123216. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And note the collision, according to Aperture, is 12:31:56. Somebody presses the side button on his phone at 12:32:09 after the collision.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, it would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Turn the lights back on. It's on the playlist. New Billy Joel tune. It's amazing. If you haven't seen the video, check it out.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So after the collision, he walked 84 feet. Picking up what they're laying down? It's impossible. And Karen Reed was gone. How much reasonable doubt is there now?
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Nick calls
Does
him
that
Nick.
mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Is Nick your
Would
friend?
it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have
Please
read it?
do.
Please.
Thank you.
Remember yesterday when they tried to excoriate
Sure.
Dr. Wolf about Alan Jackson? Is he your friend? Is he your friend? This is
So,
a thing
Mr.
of
Brennan?
beauty. You're watching one of the masters work
Make sure I've got the entire report.
like a surgeon.
And I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Elizabeth says the FBI has got to all the Commonwealth witnesses. Ha 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 ha. This is how it goes. Can't confirm or deny, but one would think. Perhaps some people may have been
Don't
reminded
recall
about.
ever seeing this report.
He doesn't recall, of course. Say you don't recognize the report, and they can't get it in.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
72 feet.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Well, the jury's heard it. They know the
Did you ever
flagpole to the
have a
front door is 72
conversation
feet
with
now.
Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe
Maybe.
then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
Maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier
Yes, 84 feet places John inside. Absolutely,
about
Kelly.
the steps
Well done.
and the distance covered,
Oh,
and this
somebody
is
told
in
him.
your
Dude,
report. of
remember, you're
March
under
20.
oath. And if you lie, it always feels like somebody's watching me. They're watching you. They're watching you.
25. And this is in,
We are watching Mr. Whiffen
And this
rethink
is
his
in
life
your
choices in real
report.
time. Hmm.
of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 123156 and 123216.
Is this the correct slide?
No, I'm.
She's gotta interrupt him.
So
not-
let's take
yeah,
it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 123156 and 123216, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
Even you know that, Mr. Whiffen. Now you know
So
why
if
he's
the
using meters.
distance
Now you know
from
why
the
he's
flag-
using meters. Because it sounds like less. Sounds like a shorter distance than 84 feet.
Hole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet. That would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83.
Thank you, Mudrucker. That's what I thought. 1162 is the key cycle. The
We now
Commonwealth claims
have
has her reversing.
Doppler 1233-14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
That there was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you.
Yeah. Give Ian Whiffen a chance to breathe and rethink all of his life choices. Because as Mudrucker points out, 1231.56 is 5 minutes and 3 seconds from the absolute latest Karen could have connected to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. It is a 6 to 7 minute drive if you already know where you're going and are not in a blizzard. Thank you, Mudrucker, for verbalizing that for me. And actually putting it in writing so I could put it up on the screen for all to
Thank
see.
you, Your Honor. Honor. Now, like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, issue solved. Mr. Wolf is the intern who is running the AV stuff. He's right here on the left of your screen. He's an intern. I believe he's a law student. Craig Bates came and trained him the week before the trial started to take over his job at the tiny desk. I'm sad about it.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
Yes, Michael, Mr. Alessi lives up to his billing. However, he is working for free in this case. But I believe he bills somewhere north of $1,800 an hour. And he's a New York City attorney, and that's not uncommon. Hank Brennan, by the way, is working for $250 an hour. And I guess you get what you pay for. It's over, it's over now. Yes, you heard me
An
clearly
appendix
now.
to
I
your
said,
report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of
I'm
me.
I'd
sorry.
be happy to provide him with
Judge?
a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Don't you love how she helps the
Yes.
Commonwealth witnesses out by interrupting and offering them things? Would you like him to have some snacks too?
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Do you have
Thank
any
you.
There you go.
Dr. Pepper? Perhaps some canapes?
Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Little shrimp
And
on
if
the
you
Barbie.
could, turn to page 77.
That is Boz Skaggs, yes, and little cupcake. You remember that one? And it's on the playlist
So are you ready, sir?
I am,
in the
yes.
show
Thank
notes
you.
below.
So let's look at
Spotify.
test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
These are the tests he did in his
believe John
basement.
Keith's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes.
If you missed yesterday he testified on direct that he did an experiment where he took several different iPhones in his car and he drove up a big hill many times and shook his phone around like this, like shook it around in his hand while he was driving up the hill in his car, and it registered going, I think 9 flights, him going up 9 flights of stairs. And the Albert Rock on the lawn says, "Do you need a foot massage, Mr. Whiffen?" Put some trigger point injections for the neck pain that you're having. So let's hear about his other experiments. This will be fun.
So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if
Was
we
it a
could,
walk-in, a Sub-Zero, Frigidaire? I
could,
need to know. One of those chest freezers that people put bodies
put that-
in their
do we have
garage.
that in
What kind of
in
freezer?
Page 77. And if we could enlarge that chart, please.
I mean, I'm a Sub-Zero girl myself, but you know, different strokes for
Enlarge it
different
just a little
folks.
bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you.
Yes, we're putting phones in freezers now.
Thank you.
Somebody's problem.
So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th.
The Pet Rock. We'll call it the Pet Rock, the Albert's Pet Rock. Remember the Pet Rock? That was a big thing.
excuse me, this is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
The
It's a
date's
good
not on
question. It was
the date was not on the report.
sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry,
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
Okay, even a fifth
So
grader
what you did
doing like
here
a
was
science fair
you
project
took the
knows to like
phone,
put the
You
date
put it in.
on the date of your experiment. Am I wrong? Are you smarter than a fifth grader, Mr. Whiffen? You think you don't even know the date that you did this case-breaking experiment by putting a phone in your freezer? Are you smarter than a fifth grader? No, I don't think he is. Okay.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is a
You
sort of
don't
your just
know?
regular freezer that
Yeah,
everybody has.
I'm sorry, he doesn't know the temperature of the freezer. Did he really just say that? Anybody ever do a science fair project with their kid? Anybody ever have to run to Michael's at like, 9 p.m. the night before because they forgot to tell you that they didn't have the trifold poster board and there's none left and you're stuck with like a crappy color like black? Okay, hold on. Let's go back a little scooch. He doesn't know what the temperature of the freezer.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
He actually doesn't know.
A freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is
was
sort of
freezing.
your just regular freezer that
Yeah,
everybody
a
has.
regular chest.
Nothing-
It was freezing. Oh, it was a chest freezer. We're going to find out it's a chest freezer like people put bodies in their garage. Dahmer much? A chest freezer. It was freezing. It was freezing. I'm embarrassed for him. Now I'm embarrassed for him, you guys. Now I am. Somebody said they were embarrassed for Brennan yesterday. No, I'm not embarrassed for Brennan. I'm embarrassed for Whiffen because they threw him to the wolves. The wolves was the time. Just wow. It was freezing.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that
Yeah,
everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from it.
I just don't
Let's
even
start
know what to say.
at the 1710 timeframe, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Ooh,
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
it dropped
So
50
it drops
degrees
50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
in 15
Correct.
minutes.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whiffen.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
He's like, do whatever you
Just
want
make
at this
sure.
point. I'm out of here. Peace
have a
out. Can I go
moment,
home? Oh, blessed mother of traveling Mary. I just want to go home. Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
3.33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Was there meat in the freezer? Did you have goods in the freezer? Was it
Now
your
let's
freezer?
go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of
30.6 degrees.
30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
Wow. Are they going to say, see, Allison Lee, you were ahead of this. Allison said, what would happen to an iPhone if you put it in a freezer? We just found out. It would drop 50 degrees Fahrenheit in being in a freezer in just
We're
15
going
minutes.
to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario one in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you.
Right. I
So
saw this
if
comment
we-
fly by. So hang on, it's on my phone. This is 100% correct. But if the phone was being used, the battery temperature would be, well, now I can't find the comment. But if it was being used, it would keep the battery temperature up, yeah? Wouldn't the phone, once it gets to a certain temperature, just shut off? But if the phone is being used, the phone battery will increase because of the use, right? Helena, I didn't think anybody could be as bad as Trooper Paul, but she says this is like Trooper Paul all over again, and it is. But notice, Alessi's a classy guy, and he's not berating him, demeaning him, or making him look like a fool. He's making him look like a fool without making him look like a fool outwardly. Notice the difference.
Start out at,
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Now he has switched to the chart where Ian Whiffen talks about the battery temperature on John's iPhone on the 28th of January and the 29th of January. And Bev's Hoff Day, yes, I believe his lab partner was Trooper Paul. I think you're right. And he's going to show how impossible that is based on his own silly little experiments. Let's listen.
So if you take the time period from 1237 to 1253, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 1237 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare
Math ain't
this
mathin', Whippy.
chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 1237, 1253, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped
Like 62 degrees. I got you, Bobby. I got you.
50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a,
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And it was
Oh.
-5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right,
Oh
but do you,
no,
would you,
oh no, your witness doesn't know. Commonwealth, Hank, Brennan, your witness doesn't know what freezing is in Fahrenheit. He only knows it in centigrade. I mean, that's worse. I will admit that that is worse than Trooper Paul not knowing what kinematics are, or, you know, the equation for velocity or whatever it was that he didn't know. It's worse, right? Look at the freeze frame. Look at the shame. He's going to do the walk of shame from that stand today. I mean, it's worse. I mean, what's worse than doing the walk of shame? Yes, everyone in the chat knows that it's 32 degrees. Is that worse than Trooper Paul? Kind of. What's his hourly rate? Is it more than Brennan? I need to know. Oh, sir. Oh, sir. Oh. That was another whiff, another huge whiff. Let's, oop, that's a great freeze frame too. You can use that later. I give you permission. All right, let me take it back because we need to hear this again.
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
what is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Hold on. He says, what's below freezing? Hold on. 33.8. He says that's below freezing. But we here who know Fahrenheit, and we're not expert witnesses in one of the biggest cases of the century, he doesn't know that freezing in Fahrenheit is 32 degrees. Okay. And Alessi didn't make him look like a fool, right? He could have. I'm doing it. Not hard. But he didn't make him look like a fool. Listen.
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, You've got a,
Sorry, that's
Third-
below freezing.
I'm sorry,
It's below freezing.
I'm sorry,
what
you don't
is
messy with
freezing in
Alessi.
Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit. But would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
He doesn't know.
So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
Look how ready he is now. Send in the clowns. Don't bother. They're here.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be
Stop.
an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So
Okay,
you
okay,
didn't
okay,
think it-
okay. My head has popped off. It is down the street. My head has rolled down the street. Wherever Melanie Little's head bucket is, you're going to have to go traveling down the street to find my head because it rolled down the hill. He didn't think it was important to know the ambient temperature outside 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2020. He didn't think that detail was important. And Alessi is still being gentle with him, far more gentle than we saw Hank Brennan be yesterday about nothing. Hello. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? No, you're not smarter than a fifth grader because even my fifth grader would know the outside temperature would be important when you're talking about a murdered man's phone temperature, battery temperature. I just gobsmacked. Maybe that's the word. Shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo is what has been going on in this case from day one. And this may be. I mean, every single witness so far has been completely discredited, right? Except for maybe the poor Jason Becker who Hank Brennan made cry on the stand the other day, the firefighter who cried. He made his own witness cry. We have seen, wow, we have seen the first witness, what the hell was his name? Nuttall. We've seen Nuttall decimated. We've seen Kerry Roberts admit to perhaps committing perjury in front of a state grand jury. And now we got this guy. Can anybody just like hit the like button and make him fall into the floor? Like the stage trapdoor? He doesn't think that knowing the temperature outside when he's doing the evaluation of John O'Keefe's battery temperature would be important. Listen, because you can't make it up.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
He didn't think it was important.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket.
They didn't give you that
So,
information?
To me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery.
What was that?
You all set, sir?
Are you all set, sir? Did somebody's phone just go off? Listen. Listen to this.
Including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. You all set, sir?
If
I'll go back
somebody
to
live
the
tweets
question.
from the courtroom, let me know what that was.
In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case,
He's shook. Alessi is shook.
and you
Jen
deem the
McCabe-
temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
Blame it on Proctor.
details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement,
Oh, who were
as
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this
Oh,
temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with? Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed,
he doesn't know anybody's last name. Hank, with Hank. I can't hear you. With Hank. Hank, and he points at him, Hank. Did Jen McCabe pay for your freezer? Danielle McConnell wants to know. Did Jen McCabe pay for your freezer? Oh, it was a bit. One of the court officers' radios went off because somebody's head rolled down the stairs in the courthouse. 5 people's heads popped off in the hallway. There's blood everywhere. Hank. I talked about it with Hank. Oh, so even Hank didn't think it was important that you know the ambient temperature in Canton. Oh, this walk of shame is going to be really fun, and we're rewinding that because I just didn't. I had no idea this was going to be so entertaining today. I really didn't know the comedy show that we were in for. Do you do stand up, Mr. Whiffen? Do you have a tight 10? Because so far today, what time is it? You've been on the phone. You've been on the stand since maybe, I don't know what time, at least maybe hour and a half. Like you've got a tight 90 right now, dude. Like you should be on like America's Next Best Top Comedian or whatever the TV show was. Did you communicate on Signal with Mr. Hank? Oh my God, he's got to ask him that. Did you communicate on Signal? He has to. Ready? Here we go.
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
as
the,
part of my preparations for trial.
oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
Are you friends now?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and
Well,
change based on
somebody
my
shoulda.
report findings.
Somebody
Oh, sir,
should've suggested
I'm
an
not
investigation.
suggesting
Nice.
what you just
it wasn't
stated. I'm just
discussed.
trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry,
In a
what was
murder
the
case?
question now?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion.
Wow. Making
We
Hank look like a
went
fool
through,
too.
you may recall in my questioning in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified
White circle.
that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct?
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody.
Bang, bang.
Sustained. You can ask it
Bang,
differently.
bang. Bang, bang.
Did you ever
Bang, bang.
put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
This is how we do it.
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
This is how we do
Let me see
it.
if I can ask it
He's
in a
struggling.
different way.
To see the comparison. A fifth grader would
Nowhere
understand.
in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Great. So you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you
it's not an experiment?
yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at
Correct.
all.
You did some experiments.
And are you aware with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location
This
of a
is
phone?
your first time ever?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
Yes.
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
He wants to phone a friend. Alessi has turned this man into confetti with his scissor hands. So thank you, Murder Mittens, for that. Whoever gets, somebody can change their name to Alessi Confetti. I mean, Alessi's Confetti, I'll allow it. Who's going to clean up the confetti? This is why Paul Revere, hold on, well done. This is why Paul Revere warned that the British were coming, says Mel. Well done, well done. I mean,
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature.
tell them the guy never went in the house. One of the main points of this murder investigation, did the guy go in the house? You didn't think your battery temperature experiment would be important in this case, in a murder case, and Hank Brennan didn't even ask you about it? He didn't think it was important either? It was in your report, but it wasn't in your PowerPoint presentation to the jury? These experiments? This is amazing what he's doing here. Amazing and horrific. And what they're doing to Karen Reed is outrageous, and you should be outraged. You should be outraged.
Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
He doesn't even know what freezing is in Fahrenheit. I can't believe Hank didn't object to that because he already said he didn't know. He was asked and answered. Did Hank
May I
leave the
have a
building?
moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's the whole reason they did the battery temperature stuff, to prove that he was outside. Not working so well for them, is it? We're a little behind. To prove she
Your
left
Honor,
him.
if I may, I have
outside
one
to die in the
last point
cold.
to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees. But you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. you've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
So say we all says, why is a software expert opining on this kind of data? Because he did the experiments. He put it in his report. It's all fair game. He had a 3-week course training for Cellebrite. And yet here he is. Notice his confidence is lost today. Thanks, Marianne. Thank you, Jen McCabe, cellmate.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this.
Well done,
At
Olaf.
136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't really jive with your experiment, does it? In the freezer, when you didn't really even know what the temperature in the freezer was. We know it was a chest freezer.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Olivia, I hope you're taking copious notes, and I can't wait to see what you post on this later when you put it all together for us. GV says, Nurse Kim said, don't pop our queen's head off. Hilarious. Thanks, GV. Thanks, Jessica. Ludicrous. Act like a fool. Lola the good dog, because the experts don't work together. So he didn't ask the weatherman, but you're funny. Tears of a clown, says Winnie. I think Send in the Clowns is on the playlist. That's right, post-menopausal New Hampshire woman.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
The playlist is linked in the show notes below this video. You might have to close your chat out if you're on your phone, and it is a Spotify
What is Exhibit
playlist.
42?
It's
And you can link to it. You can save it.
Thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Karen Reed trial
Thank you.
mixtape. We started it during trial 1.
42.
Yes.
Thank you, Mazela.
Do you
No.
recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief.
Life is
And
a
I'm going
40
to be,
something.
you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
It was not a controlled experiment. No.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have nope emojis.
Mr. Wolf, please. And if you
Nope.
could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call, from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12/1847 to 12/19/23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Right.
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough.
You're the Cellebrite expert. This is the Cellebrite extraction. This is what you do. Okay.
So if we go to the third entry, 12/29/44, 12/29/51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
You don't mean to interrupt? Yeah, you do.
She said that.
Everything you do, you mean to do. Oh, they're going back to sidebar. Oh, this is not going well today for the Commonwealth, is it?
15 or 20-minute recess.
Oh, 15 or 20-minute recess. Awesome. You know what we get to do? FF. FF in it like the old boombox. Roosevelt Field. Those were the days. Well, I don't know how far behind we were, but I will have it up on my second screen here so we will know when to come back. What a fiery morning this morning so far, eh? Wow. Life as a 40-something said, I think he may be using meters as he is British. Yes. Yes, we know. But yesterday, I think he also was using meters because it sounds like less feet. I think that was intentional. So yeah, I realize that we use meters rather than feet generally, but he's testifying in the US. And so he needs to know his audience also, right? Puck 4477 collision happened at 12:31:56 and his lock button on his phone was pressed at 12:32:09. Yes, after the alleged collision, but we know there was no collision. How did he lock his phone after the collision? Right, because all the medical witnesses say he was immediately incapacitated by that blow to the head. So make it make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Now you know. Welcome to the world of the land of the lost. Oh, you know what? I made a little. There he is. He's our mascot. Chaka from Land of the Lost. He's up in your upper right-hand corner of your screen. Chaka looks possessed, and that's where we are. We're in the Land of the Lost, and Chaka is the stuff of nightmares, because that's where we are, so it's fitting. Kurt Smith says, good morning, nothing like waking up on the West Coast to Alessi turning a witness into a human pretzel. Yes, isn't it delightful? Good morning, my West Coast friends. The best coast. I call the West Coast the best coast. I can say that because I live in New York. So say we all says there's a lot of collusion with Commonwealth witnesses this time. Yeah, kinda. Seems like it. But all the smoke and mirrors, they want you outside there in the world and the jury. Well, not the jury because the jury wasn't there yesterday. You in the world and the judge to think there was collusion between Alan Jackson, at least, and Dr. Wolf. Are you buying it? I don't think Ian Whiffen colluded with Brennan. I just think Brennan didn't ask him the right questions. How could you not discuss that it would be important to know the outside temperature in Canton if you're trying to say that John O'Keefe was hit, incapacitated, and his phone lay underneath his body until it was found the next morning? When Whiffen's little experiments that he did in his chest freezer belie that fact. Okay? Mama 5 says, thank you for your continued coverage. Really appreciate the ticker bar to orient the timing of the trial. Oh, that's good. Thank you. I try to put timestamps after the show was over yesterday. Like literally the show was over. We were on the air yesterday for like what, 8 or 9 hours. The show was over. And the first comment was, we would really appreciate timestamps. I'm like, oh, can I breathe for a couple of minutes before I go back and put the timestamps? But if they're not there the second I get off the air, it's because I have to wait for the video to populate before I even know what the timestamps are going to be. So give me a break, would you please? Thank you. Show the Microdots. I don't know, maybe later, Nina. I'll have to see if we have time at the lunch break. Kelly Murray, it was Phoebe's roommate, Denise. Oh, from Friends? Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for thanking me. Whiffen's Shady Radius has become a member. Well done. And Hatley Howard, welcome to you as well. D64 knees. Anyone who knows GPS knows those circles aren't 100%. The phone can easily be outside of the circles too. Thank you. Thank you so much, because so many people don't have common sense and they don't understand it. And it needs to really be explained to the jury in a way they can understand it. And I think Alessi really did that today. Don't you think? Terry says, thanks so much for explaining the little things for those of us who can't always watch. I try and narrate because I know a lot of you are rage crocheting or rage cleaning, which I don't understand because I hate cleaning so much. Or you're driving and you can't look at the screen. And so I try and make the record clear. Cindy says, why are expert reports not in evidence? Because the testimony is the evidence, not the reports. Same reason the autopsy report does not come into evidence. The death certificate does as a business record, but I don't think the autopsy report does, but the expert witness reports definitely don't. Depends on the jurisdiction. So they don't in New York. Again, it's the testimony that's the evidence. And so by not putting it in his PowerPoint is also evidence. That's the only thing they would bring back with him. Despite all of those things that Alessi pointed out that were in his report that were not in his PowerPoint, does it make it seem like Mr. Brennan was trying to hide that stuff from the jury? Did he edit Mr. Whiffen's PowerPoint presentation? Maybe, probably, during, their prep. And he called him Hank. And he said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Who? Hank. And he points at Hank. I'm sorry, I didn't see. I'm sorry, who? And then the third time he said, Mr. Brennan. That was fantastic. Yes, Terry said he used Hank for the same reason he used metric to hide facts from the jury. Pamela says, perhaps John entered the door near the garage. That's what I was saying before. Yes, great minds. Where perhaps Chloe was placed while visitors were at the house. Attacked, fell, had cracked open. Could be. Could be. Or maybe somebody met him outside in the driveway. We don't know. But we do know is John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Reasonable doubt all over the place. Thank you, Boiled Frog, for gifting a membership. I appreciate you so. And Glamasuz is here and she gifted 5. Thank you. Glamasuz, who knows a lot about this case. If you have a question about anything, she pretty much knows all of it. And she's always happy to help. We have a very collaborative chat here. Incredibly collaborative. And Dr. Migu asked earlier, why is he using meters? Whiffen, we don't use meters regularly. Yep. I think we've talked about that at length now. Willis, I have the video, including right before where Snotty Hanky tries to get her attention through stairs. Where can I send? A lot of people send it to me. We have it. We looked at it earlier. Thank you so much. I'm behind on the super chat. So this is from earlier this morning. Don't know who I find more odious after yesterday, says Whiffen Glue. Canoni or Brennan? The recovery crone, retired teacher who always wanted to be a lawyer and a YouTuber. You're an inspiration. Not too late at 50? No, you're never too late to dream a new dream. I think C.S. Lewis said that. You're never too old to dream a new dream. Never too late. Love you too. Allison says, there's no Commonwealth. This is the tale of 2 defenses. Yeah, it is. It's the defense of Karen Reed and the defense of the Alberts and McCabes. They're back. Fly like an eagle. Thanks, living the hard life. Hope your life gets better. Sage says, I showed my friend's grandpa, who was a judge, the voir dire. He asked if it was an SNL skit. He was irate with Brennan and the judge for not stopping it. Same. Your friend's grandpa is a smart man and I'm sure an amazing judge. Karen Duffy says,
Orders in session, please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
I'm just
Thank you,
going
Your
to
Honor.
read this before we move on. Karen Duffy says the Hank bespectacled ratometer with 2 power settings. Choose depressingly boring or hysterical Muppet. Oh, Karen Duffy, that is so well done. Available at Walmart for only $750K. Bonus comes with many hidden costs and more lies than Judas. Absolutely no returns. We're at the point of no return. We are. Thank you, Karen Duffy. Let's go.
May I approach, please?
Yes.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Oh, did it show the phone numbers or something before? They don't want people having Jen McCabe's cell phone number. Shadow Flame says the FBI and government recommends everyone use Signal due to breaches with texts between iOS and Android. I'm in cybersecurity here, she says. I use it. Thank you, Shadow Flame.
May I present it to Mr. Whiffen? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen.
Lola, the good dog, sending
May I
love.
publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry about your mom. Happy birthday to
And
your
Mr.
mom in
Wolf,
heaven.
if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again.
Lotsy's mom, we do. We call him Alessi
May I,
Scissorhands,
Your Honor?
Yes.
and he is a surgeon.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf.
Great. That'd be
you enlarge
fantastic.
that
Thanks,
pursuant
Your
to
Honor.
The judge's order.
Thank you, Kyle, for gifting a membership.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
Thank you, Sandy.
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's
South
fine.
Africa
Thank
is
you.
here.
May I,
Larata,
Your
thank you.
Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
I mean, I'm just kind of feeling bad for him at this point, Ian Whiffen. But it looks like he spent some time crying in the bathroom. Kind of does. I'm sorry, Ian. I'm sorry that the Commonwealth did this to you. Look what they did to Karen. Could you expect that they would treat you any better? No. Look what they did to Trooper Paul. There's a lot of scapegoats for the Commonwealth. Look at what they did to Michael Proctor. I mean, yeah, he's a slime ball. He did a horrible investigation, but they've thrown him under the bus. A lot of people are taking the fall here, Ian Whiffen. It's not just you. You're in company. I can't say you're in good company, but you're in company.
At seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first 3 by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those 3 after the first 3. Yep.
He's
starting
British or Canadian. They do not use Fahrenheit. Okay. He's an expert witness testifying in the United States of America. He needs to know. He needs to know. I mean, there's really no excuse for that. I mean, I hear what you're saying. We can make excuses for him, but I'm not going to because he's testifying in an American court of law. So, I mean, it's a basic, when you're apparently a scientist like he is, and he's doing experiments with temperature. He should know what freezing is. I'm sorry. I can't allow that.
There, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
I've just added a song in his honor. Like I've been tied to the Whiffen post. Tied to the Whiffen post. Good Lord, I feel like I'm dying.
We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
Please refrain from all caps in the chat. It distracts me, and it's for mod use only. But I'm just and curious. I'm going to allow this because we can't enable the gaslighting.
Working on this case, what was the
Okay, hold on.
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
I'm sorry, I missed the
Approximate
first-
case or on this?
Working on this.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half.
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
Oh.
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
For the trial, for his
Do you
testimony.
recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
Did you do it on Fairview Road?
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. You object to
Point
him.
over.
He did the experiment on Fairview Road, and you're objecting to it. Why? Why? Because he couldn't replicate doing 9 flights of stairs while he was waving his phone around in a car, going up and down a hill? Listen to this again. What was the result of that test you did on Sunday night on Fairview, doing the exact route with the exact same experiment?
Object, Your Honor.
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor.
You're,
I'll
wow.
need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay.
She's like, I'm
over.
sorry. I'm sorry. Are you objecting, Hank, because it doesn't help your case and you know it's going to tank you? Oh, look at Paul O'Keefe doesn't look so happy now. That's not an open invitation to trash the family because we don't do that here. So if your comments are getting deleted, it may be because that's what you're doing or You're saying defamatory things in chat, and we can't do that. I'm just saying he doesn't look so happy now. He glared at Karen with such hatred and vitriol and anger during the entire first trial. That's why David Yannetti sits where he does, to block Karen from that. And now he doesn't want the results of his new experiment coming in because it doesn't help him. And maybe it tanks Hank. It tanks Hank. T12 says, I hope Whiffen got paid before his testimony. Yep. Stephanie says, and Hank harassed Mr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf, yes. Crash Daddy, this is freaking gold. My cousin Vinny, I'm done with this guy. Alessi, says Morgan. Hank knows the temperature in Canton that night. One of his experts, a meteorologist, to say the ground was hard, Josh says. This better come in. Judge does not look happy.
Yes.
It's Katie. Thanks, Fire and Acid.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Come on.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were.
All right. I'm stopping for a second to point something out. Number one, he just testified he did that experiment on Fairview Road, but she's not going to allow the results of that in. He just did it on Sunday night. Today is what? Tuesday? He came in early so he could run that experiment on Fairview Road. He told the jury he did it in his car, going up a hill, waving his phone around like this, and it registered him doing 9 flights of stairs, which is why he says the Apple Health data is not accurate with regard to John O'Keefe going up and down three flights of stairs after he got out of Karen's car. She's not allowing that in. Why? Because Brennan doesn't know about it? Too bad, so sad. Or because it kills the Commonwealth's case? Are they going to have to discuss it later? Because I got a problem with this. The other problem that I have with him testifying so early in the trial, this is an asinine place to put him in the trial because the jury doesn't even know the significance of the 227 search. They don't even know what it's about. They haven't met Jennifer McCabe. They haven't heard anybody else testify about it. They don't even, they've heard Carrie Roberts testify that she lied to the grand jury about hearing Karen tell Jen McCabe to Google it in the morning. But this is a dumbass place to put him. And then what? Then he's going to call everyone who was in 34 Fairview? Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. Any trial lawyer out there will tell you this is ridiculous placement for him. Because now he's already discredited and nobody's going to believe a thing those lay witnesses have to say. He's trying to confuse him maybe and have him check out. But now nobody's going to, it's really bad for the Commonwealth, but I'll allow it. Moving on, let's go. Now he's talking about the 227 search.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellebrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Reminder, how many times did Garino say, I did not extract Jennifer McCabe's phone? Several times. And there's a reason. Maybe we're going to find out now.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
Typically, technically, both safe words. Thank
One
you,
of the
Trauma
key
ICURN.
ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
They didn't give
So
them
if the
the hash
hash
values.
doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Please take my milk analogy, please. Please.
Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
Enjoy the slow roll. It's like
It
boiling
would
a
depend,
frog.
in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
There's a reason Garino kept saying he didn't extract Jen McCabe's phone. I want to know who did. Denise the Scrivener is here. Says now bring on Jen McCabe. She can't handle the tooth. Thank you, Jen J. Notice his pregnant pauses
Do
intentionally.
you recall preparing a report
The witness.
for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
Thank you, DGA. Good suggestion.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Just gotta, increase the temperature on the
And
barbecue
you testified
gradually.
yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct?
Not in my testimony.
However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Oh,
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
it's huge.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
Wow.
I take a holistic view of the data and
Holistic
try to
view?
find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
Right.
I'll try it a different way.
He's trying. He can't do it. He's not going to lie.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay,
That-
apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
Wow.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Thank you, Sarah.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
Oh,
So you
Oh, really?
don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
oh, I couldn't even hear Hank's objection. Is he screaming into a towel right now? Hold on. Did you even hear him? Usually he's so loud.
The hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
Oh, so fantastic. I mean, I
Go
love how he
back
lets him
to
squirm during the pauses on purpose.
22740 timestamp. And the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold.
Sorry, I overtalked the first part of that question. I'm just gonna take it back.
220. Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp. And the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
Objection?
Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Cellebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Cellebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer, but yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So this Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes,
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
there are.
And a competitor of Cellebrite that can be used to analyze that 22740 AM timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 22740 AM or later at 6:23 or so AM. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Cellebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM.
Richard Green, who is the defense expert, used at least five different tools to analyze this data.
That evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Cellebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 22740 AM timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
Oh,
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Cellebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 22740 AM timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 22740 AM, but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A
Yes.
deleted record.
Yes.
yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
We changed your testimony,
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
or they
Your
changed?
company
Cellebrite.
removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were
No.
testifying.
I appreciate
He said
that.
trial.
There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Cellebrite tools showed the timestamp of 22740 AM, correct?
Correct.
Yep. I remember. We were there. Thank you,
But that
Goodman.
timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed it.
Yes.
Why?
You
Could
mentioned,
I see Counselor Sidebar for
Aye,
just a minute,
yes, Your Honor.
please?
Oh, really? Right at the most important part of potentially his testimony about how Cellebrite changed their entire software because of Jennifer McCabe? Really? I mean, are you kidding me, Lady McBev? Wow. Julie Moskowitz is here and says tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this pretty face day to day. McBev Act Scene 5. Thank you. How apropos. Why is she calling him up to spank him? Because he said trial by mistake. There's the media today. I see, is it Christina Rex? I guess Aiden Carney can't be in the courtroom today because I think Jennifer McCabe is going to testify. Should get to her, I don't know, maybe after lunch. Because it's almost noon here. I'm sure he's not done with him yet.
Go ahead,
So-
Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was
He corrected
one
himself to say proceeding.
Cellebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Cellebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Cellebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp. correct?
Bam.
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Yes. He can't say they're not reputable.
Cellebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
Wow.
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose
Your fault.
because of what had come up in the first.
Your
proceeding, correct?
fault.
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
This is like if you
Cellebrite,
watch The Handmaid's
after
Tale,
the
you know
first-
exactly what I'm talking about. Whose fault is it? Your fault. Your fault. Your fault. Your fault. Aunt Lydia is here. This is The Handmaid's Tale. Under her eye, Cellebrite changed their entire software because of Jennifer McCabe in this trial. Wow. And he just said it was because of him and his research that they did it. Axiom still has the timestamp. I can hear that
proceeding
again.
case, correct?
Yes. In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Cellebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
coding.
didn't ask if it, I just asked
Yep,
whether they
we
were,
removed it.
but Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Brennan?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done.
Hank Brennan has lost his voice. He's like the Little Mermaid. Somebody needs to save him to get his voice back because he's lost his voice. It's like, objection.
In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case.
Yeah, let's. Feds are watching. Thank you, Glow T. Proctor's dishonorable discharge is here.
In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 AM timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, house long to die in the cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes,
It-
probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
Other fair interpretations.
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Cellebrite program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So
I'm sorry,
the
what?
2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Cellebrite programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 AM timestamp show up on any Cellebrite program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Thank you, Sandy from Cali, who's an RN.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
They shape the data. The caption said shake. Thank you, Julie. Says Hank hasn't lost his voice. He's holding his ankles and kissing his ass goodbye.
These various forensic tools, Cellebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, 18 Wheels of Outrage, for gifting 5. Drive safely. And Christine gifted a membership and love my flip-flops. You guys are awesome.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I could watch this all day. You are all set. Thank you, Dee.
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
It was his name, but he answered. He said, of
He
course.
said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have.
Too bad. So
What
sad.
do you understand to
Thanks,
be the
Christina.
significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Well, consciousness of guilt
Mr.
for one.
Whiffen, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Cellebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So
Ardex.
you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Wow. The jury thinks that he's hiding things from them. Can you say bang, bang? Let's do the timeline again.
Could we please,
I just put time warp on
with
the
court's
on the.
permission, put the PowerPoint presentation
thank
back
you.
up and go to deck 26.
Let's do the time warp again. Didn't you say yesterday? He said time is drift. Time drifts. Time drifts. When the feds come marching in. When the feds come marching in.
Mr.
Okay.
Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, a bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
Right.
The iPhone can, but I don't. Well, I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as
I
you sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a
Yes.
speed of about 1.4 miles per hour
He could have been walking. Yes.
12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
He could have
I
been
do.
walking that speed. Well
A
done.
person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Yeah, he could be walking 3
Reasonable.
miles an hour because he said yesterday 3 miles an hour too. Wow. These phones were made for walking. Well done, Lobo. Walk speed.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment.
Ah, it's like you're
You can
watching
take that. Okay, thank you.
brilliance at work. Brilliance, absolute brilliance. Slowly dismantling piece by piece. New Yorkers walk at least 3 miles an hour. Thank you. That flew by, but Martha said that at least 3 miles an hour. And I've taught my children since they were little. I have 5. When we walk in New York City, we walk like ducklings in a row, single file on that sidewalk. Nobody walks across the sidewalk except for tourists. Ready, kids? Let's go, ducklings, all in a row. Preparing for the next incision.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone,
Not the phone, the data.
you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you.
Hmm.
And do you recall saying with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
The pregnant pause
Now,
again.
with regard
I'm
to,
Stu.
we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
Tell me more, tell
And
me
you
more.
gave three possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right, but-
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry.
An idea.
It's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I see the
have
thought bubble
an
over your
idea
head.
of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it.
The light bulb
so
over your
my
head.
idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Reasonable
Yes.
doubt. He just got reasonable doubt in. Your doubt is reasonable. It's reasonable doubt. Hello. Reasonable doubt has entered the trial, everyone. Let's hear that again, shall we? And you have an idea, but it can't be substantiated, just like all the rest of your testimony is just a bunch of ideas that can't really be substantiated, because so far you've told us he could have been in the house and he could have been walking at the times when you said he was in the car. And the distance from the flagpole to the front door or inside the house is less than 84 feet. And you don't know what time, you don't know the Fahrenheit temperature of freezing, and you don't know what the temperature was in Canton that night. And it doesn't really matter. Let's hear that again.
Substantiated.
So is it fair to say you, I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
Oh, yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
He's giving you reasonable doubt right here, this witness. I mean, he's an artist. Yeah. He's like my Picasso. Thank you, Amanda.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions
Oh,
of the witness at this time.
well done.
Brennan?
Bravo.
Thank you.
Curtain call. Can we get a curtain call? Can we get a curtain call for Bobby? Scissorhands Alessi, everyone. Standing O. Standing O. Brennan. Tail between his legs. Let's see what happens next. Oh, boys, he's taking his time getting up. His pause isn't pregnant, though. It's like, it's the opposite of pregnant. The infertile pause.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst,
Not a good
do
afternoon
you
for
study
you.
data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Don't
Not
forget,
anymore.
he's your
Are you a
witness.
detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct?
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Here's the
Would it
thing,
be inappropriate?
crappy trial lawyer Brennan. When you have an expert that tanks your case, you don't use that expert. I'm sorry. Is this your first day as a trial lawyer? You don't use them. You don't call them. You find someone else. So are you trying to make the world and the jury believe that you're a great guy? Because even though Ian Whiffen just tanked your case, you still called him anyway, and you still used him? This is this is insane. It's insane. We're not in collusion with you like the ARCCA witnesses are in collusion with the defense, right? We didn't pay you to say a certain thing, right?
Or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case? Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
100% it would be problematic.
Here's the bullshit button. Ready? I'm taking that back because she let him answer that question. Hold on.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Like the weather?
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case? Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, she's going to allow it.
100% it would be
I'll give it to him.
problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can
You know what's relevant? The weather in Canton on the day that this occurred, when you want your witness to talk about the battery temperature and how it's relevant to John O'Keefe's body being outside all night, you dumbass. That was like something Jennifer Coolidge would say, you dumbass. Giving him the facts would be helpful. That wouldn't be considered influencing his testimony. Telling him the temperature in Canton, or telling him at least it should be considered in his little experiment. They don't want the jury to hear the truth. You see what's going on here, right? I mean, you see what's going on. They don't want the jury to hear about the little experiment he did on Fairview and the exact location where he's claiming there was an error in the Apple Health data, that he really didn't go up and down those flights of stairs. And now Brennan is once again going to attack his own witness and maybe make him cry. Buckle up, buttercups.
Explain my opinions on the data.
The science is a science.
The science is science.
That's
Sustained. Watch the form.
And physics is physics, like ARCCA said. And John O'Keefe did not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And it doesn't matter if they examined the car or not. They didn't need to look at the car to figure that out. You know why? Because they're biomechanical engineers. And physics. Physics. So
Now-
corrupt.
Counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes,
You saw select pages from that report,
correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes,
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffen's entire report.
Oh, yes. It is not evidence. It is not supposed to go to evidence, into evidence. This is what we were talking about earlier. Where are my Massachusetts attorneys in the chat? Now he wants the entire Whiffen report to be in evidence, when it's his fault that he made a PowerPoint presentation and selectively left out certain salient points in an effort to fool and trick and manipulate the jury into thinking that he was telling the truth and the whole story and nothing but the truth. So help him God.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery.
Was it denied?
When you were trying to determine how
Yes, it
the
was
battery
denied.
worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
He's just going to laugh.
So could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
The use of the word influence is improper. That is just the first part of that question that's improper and objectionable. But in this courtroom, in the courtroom of Kim Jong-Kanone, she does not allow the attorneys to state the grounds for their objections. So we're just going to have to guess. Welcome to the Upside Down, Inside Out, Land of the Lost. Bring back CABE. There he is. He's overseeing this. He's not happy about it. May he give you nightmares, Mr. Brennan.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain it as.
Oh, give him a little.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It
It's
does.
not healthcare data. Thank you, Christy.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
He doesn't understand that it's not called healthcare data because he does not understand the science, Hank Brennan. He's way above. He's way out of his element here. This is way above his pay grade of $250 an hour. And this is what you get for $250. You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. Telling your witness the facts of the case is not influencing their
If you
testimony.
could go back one to where it's just the chart, please.
You
And
can
if
bet that
could
Trooper
enlarge it,
Paul knew
we'll
all the
start
facts of
near
the
top.
case. He was told to reverse engineer a theory, and he came up with a pirouette.
2 seconds.
And he really thought, oh, you don't want to enlarge this one for the jury judge? Can't wait till
Okay.
somebody blows up that, whatever just came on the
At
screen now.
12/20/43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees.
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12/23/28.
Objection, Your Honor. Will you approach, please?
Please approach. Because Hank Brennan doesn't know how to convert military time. And he keeps calling it healthcare data and so many other objections that we're not allowed to say out loud. Who's this broad in the purple laughing? Who's this woman? Look, sitting next to Paul O'Keefe. Who is that? Anybody know who that is? Look at her eye roll and her laughter and her completely inappropriate courtroom decorum. Anybody know who that is? She's a cousin.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form, sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
He's not going
You
to be able to
have
rehabilitate him.
healthcare data
No way.
that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And that-
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient.
I mean, he's leading his own witness.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
Again, you're going to have to explain it to Mr. Brennan because he doesn't understand it. Thank you, Blessed in Texas.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained as to forms.
Can you
Again, with
pull
the,
up
he's
your
leading.
PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
Look at Melanie's blue eyes became a member and changed their name for me. Thank you. Welcome.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
Couldn't walk in.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
He already said it's impossible to tell.
Then the location data gets more broad.
Oh, he
does.
heard me. I must be in his ear saying broad, and then he chose to use it.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just to
please.
recall.
Kathleen points out if John O'Keefe was carried out to the lawn, his iPhone would register movement. They've not said anything about this. Maybe
What
they'll
time
hear
was
you.
that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Thanks, Melissa, reminding everyone to hit the like button. It's like, coming to somebody's house and wiping your feet
Yes,
off at the
around
mat.
12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How,
Does that
how
help you,
long? How
Hank?
many seconds does that phone move for?
Karen's gone by then, Hank.
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
May the Lord
And that
open.
is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
Thank you, Lewis. I
And
will
when that
always allow
phone
it.
moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters.
Alessi, on cross. What if someone was being carried? Would the phone record movement? What if someone was being carried? Bobby, Scissorhands.
Value.
At
We are going into a portal now, Julian.
12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving. Do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
Of course she's going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
It's not. It's his opinion.
Now,
Could have dropped his
less
phone
than
going into
5
the
minutes
house,
later, 12:37,
says Megan.
that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
You lost your own witness. He's in the land of the lost with Chaka. Get Chaka up in the right-hand corner of your screen. He's our mascot for this trial because we're in the land of the
61
lost.
Fahrenheit.
And it's the stuff
61
of
degrees?
nightmares.
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
I said Chaka. What are you talking about?
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical.
Bob
If a
Alessi.
per-
Ask him what would happen if the phone was placed in a Faraday bag. What would that do to the temperature of the battery? He was a cop. He needs to know, right? Exactly,
Person.
Brittany. He's creating more reasonable doubt. More reasonable doubt.
Human was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone.
Had a
In
body
your
temperature.
opinion, could that slow the process
Objection.
of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Sustained.
Yeah. Sustained. You want to talk about, let's all talk about hypotheticals. Facts not in
When
evidence.
you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth,
No.
I think is a
any
sleaze stack.
clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside.
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
May have heard.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you?
Okay.
Do you have?
Your Honor, Lady Macbeth, Kim Jong Kanone, and Aunt Lydia all combined had a baby, it would be this woman. An objection is a legal ruling, okay? It is not for you to coach the witness and let the witness decide whether the question should be answered or not, and or how it should be answered. You don't get to coach the witness. This is insanity. This is the land of the lost. I can't say it enough times. This is not how it works in the real world or in a real courtroom. even in a real courtroom in this exact building, because we've watched other trials in this building with other judges who actually know what they're doing. And she's supposed to be very smart. And she's been a judge for a long time, but this is not how it's done. This is how it's done in the Karen Reed case. This is how it's done in the Karen Reed trial, but this is not how it's done. Listen.
And its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Move
But-
to strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did you have,
We
did
don't even
anybody
know the
share
question is.
information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
He heard it on
If
television.
The phone
Probably
was
watched
in
the
an
whole first
environment
trial.
and it was exposed to further
Bobby, ask him if you watched the whole first trial on YouTube or any other media. After the first trial was over, did you watch the whole entire trial?
colder air or drop in temperature. Could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35
No idea about
there's an
anything.
increase in temperature.
Correct.
He's not qualified. He's not a
Doesn't it?
hardware expert.
does.
He's a soft-
So at 6:14,
allegedly a
you
software
don't know
expert
if
with a
there's
3-week
any
course.
increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Here's the
Looking at
objection.
your healthcare-
He's crossing his own witness. You're not allowed to cross-examine your own witness. Here's the way he's ending his questions with, it was this and this and this and this, isn't it? It was this and that. And what, the other thing, wasn't it? Lana Del Turtle's here, and she wants to know, what about your conversations with Lally last year?
Data. In temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data,
It's not healthcare data.
is there something happening relative to the phone at 6?
It's Apple Health data. My head's going to pop off. This is like the way he says supposedly hematoba, counter coup. And now it's healthcare data. It's not his medical records or his health insurance card. It is Apple Health data. What is so hard about this? He doesn't understand his own case. That's the reason he got so angry yesterday at Dr. Wolf, because he doesn't understand his own case and he's angry that other people are smarter than he is. It's my opinion and I'm sticking to it.
04 to 6:11.
Happy birthday to Dragonfly's dad. He's 92 today. Happy birthday.
There is, that is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it.
Oh, of course you'll allow it because you already answered it.
Question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data
It's not
at
healthcare.
6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Elizabeth Mullins,
Now, you
perhaps.
shared with us
the case
location data,
shows
and you
him.
explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data.
Let's think of
I
all
had
the
asked you an
ways we can
opinion
discredit
About
Whiffen.
where
WAZE.
the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. When I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty.
He said it was
based on,
impossible.
the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn
Yeah,
the
here's what's happening. He's not able to give an expert opinion. Brennan didn't ask him the first time if he had an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, which is the way that you have to phrase the question to get your expert to answer the question, to be deemed an expert opinion. And he just said, no, I can't tell you that. No, I can't tell you that. It's impossible. He said it day one, yesterday, it was impossible to tell. And he's like, no, I can't tell you that. And they're just like, I'm sorry, say that again. Are you going to have to turn? She's turning off the air conditioning. It has happened. For the first time, she's now turning off the air conditioning. That's what the captions say. She threatened it the whole first trial. We're going to have to turn off the air conditioning if you don't keep your voice up. And now she's doing it. Listen, he's not falling for it. He's like, you know what? You've already made a fool out of me. I'm not ruining the rest of my career for you guys. I'm out. I'm tapping out. I'm done. Here we go.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank
Can we
you.
turn the AC off, please? So we keep track of how many times she
It's
does
difficult
it.
to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that
I
night.
can't do it.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else,
Correct.
yet it is consistent.
It is.
But it's
You
not
didn't
with a
just
reasonable
rely
degree
on
of medical
location
certainty.
data for your
Of-
opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay,
Did you
this is
rely-
so improper.
Consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
You didn't just rely on this,
Did you
did
rely
you?
just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered?
He just
in
gave him
your
the answer of
opinion,
what he
to a
wants him to
reasonable
say.
degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Now it's at the flagpole, not near,
I'm going
at.
to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I mean, this is
At
beyond.
12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
Wouldn't the phone
At
be
what time, sorry?
dead?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
My phone dies
I'm
if
sorry,
I'm in
the
the
rest of the
sun for
question
15
was,
minutes.
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Wait, what was he laughing about? He just laughed because out of embarrassment, he's like, I've had enough here. The skewering is over. It's getting hot in here.
In 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
at what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was,
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
It's like, help, help.
yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Alessi?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when
But
a
he's
phone
getting
moves?
all of this out. She lets him say it, and then she says she'll strike it. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. And you can't put the ass whooping back in the can.
Wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Alessi?
Honor.
Yeah, because
I'm
he's
going to strike
presuming.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
Does it move if someone's carried? I mean, does it show if someone's carried, as if they're moving, that there's steps taken? Hello?
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Farmer Whitehair says, I think he's being honest and the lawyer doesn't like it. Yep, he sure doesn't. There was a morning break earlier. We FF'd through it. If anybody's asking, because we stop, we talk, we comment in real time. It's better than doing a recap at the end, I think.
Screen.
And I want to help
regarding-
everybody understands
Exhibit
what's
42.
happening as it's happening.
Marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me, no.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Brennan's way over his skis here. He's way over his skis. He's outside of his league. I mean, this is just when the walls come
Which
crumbling
portion
down.
of it?
Up the top part. the first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
Yeah, lunch should be coming soon, but we're a little bit behind, so we'll fast forward until they get the exhibit up. Ms. Gilman is slacking today.
That appeared to be from 1836. There was a phone call incoming
12/14/36.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Incoming.
At 12/14/36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12/18/47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12/18/47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12/29/44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at
It was 8 seconds long.
12/29/44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll
At the
strike that.
flagpole. This is so improper.
There is not. a
Alessi's going to get
call-
up and have the last word, though.
Let
He
me
will.
ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight
And who's that call from?
from Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
Karen calls him at 12:33:35. You think because she just killed him, she's calling him
At 12:37,
to cover?
you offered us that the cell phone battery's
She's home by
temperature
12:36.
is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery starts dropping in temperature?
7.
Another one bites the dust going on the playlist if it's not already.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
This is way beyond scope.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored,
Corruption
then
is
that
a
value
great
will
word
change at the end.
choice. Hold on, let
You
me
may-
rewind this so somebody can clip it in its full entirety. Corruption. Excellent word choice, Mr. Whiffen. You're catching on. You see what's going on here now. I'm so glad that you realize what you've gotten yourself into now.
Of every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in
Corruption.
how it was stored,
Canton.
then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with gray key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Isn't that outside the scope? Did Alessi even bring up gray key during cross? Can somebody remind me? Because I don't think he even brought up gray key. I don't remember him saying anything about gray key. I remember him talking about magnet axiom.
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with gray key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
He didn't bring it
Sustained
up.
is to fall.
Does gray key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that gray key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the gray key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
They talk
Now,
about hash
you
values.
don't
I guess
just
that's
read-
how it's getting in.
Software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Cellebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher,
Yes, I do.
a history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
I thought it was just one that was peer
Is it
reviewed.
sufficient to simply
He's a
look at a
blogger.
report that is generated by Cellebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
It's outside
The
scope.
tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide.
Hold on. Why do you think it's imprudent? Imprudent? This whole thing is imprudent. This whole proceeding is imprudent. Everything about this courtroom is imprudent.
Simply look at a report that is generated. Okay.
Presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Cellebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
But
Why
isn't
do
that
you
what
think
you
that's
did?
imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Isn't that what you
Objection,
did?
Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Nothing has integrity in this room.
So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one
They worked
database and an
together,
artifact
they
would change
did.
somewhere else.
Wasn't data
And
points
it
though.
all
It
just
was
made
corruption.
perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
You know, you've
Did
just
you try to-
complimented somebody. You've just complimented somebody by saying they did an exceptional job at their tampering. Say no more. Say no more. Whoever's gloating over there at the Nova County District Attorney's Office and or the Canton PD and or MSP, you'll know that's who it was by their gloat because they were just told that they are an excellent tamperer. Listen to that again. Colleen Crawford, John Fanning. Or whoever it is that extracted Jen McCabe's phone, because it wasn't Garino, because he's told us 5 times it wasn't him. And he's coming back to the stand. He'll be back up there reading some more text messages and authenticating some voicemails. Something doesn't make sense. A lot of things in this case don't make sense. Why would someone Google Haas Long to Dying Cold at 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes after her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins butt dialed each other back and forth? Nothing makes sense.
Standing the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense.
Mhm.
In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work
Proctored.
together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job
You
to
did
be
an
able to cover
exceptional
all of
job.
these different tracks.
Trying
and
to
make
pin it on the
undetectable.
girl.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the
Whoever
prior-
did it did an exceptional job being able to cover all of these different tracks and make it look like it wasn't, and make it
the
what?
report that wasn't read to you on examination?
Undetectable. Made it undetectable.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree?
Who could that be? Oh, he didn't like that answer because he busted right through it. Who could make it undetectable? Who extracted Jennifer McCabe's phone? We need to know. Because that's who it was. And that's going to come out. And District Attorney Marcy, it's not too late to come out and decide to dismiss all the charges. It's not too late. You can still do it before everything is exposed in your county.
We have scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed.
I don't believe there was any.
He just said he couldn't tell. They did an exceptional job. There are some career criminals
It was
involved in this
characterized on
case,
examination, there was a
and they work in the
dispute
office.
about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question
This
about
is-
a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position,
You must be new here, citizen of the Earth 6. I'll you know what? For you, I'll stop the feed and talk to you instead. This is what we do here. It's legal commentary. It's fair use. Most of the time I pause when I talk. Every now and then if I want to get a word in, because we get hungry and we want to eat lunch too, because we're here for 8 or 9 hours a day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Smash the like button on your way out.
is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Oh, now you
got
don't think
involved
there's
in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer?
I received a question.
Okay. They received a complaint from a consumer. The consumer was Richard Green. It has to do with Jen McCabe's Google search, and that's the reason they changed their software. That's what he's telling you. There are other streamers who talk over the witnesses for 8 hours. I'm just trying to fast forward us to lunch, so accept my heartfelt apologies for distracting you. My heartfelt apologies to anybody who's been offended that I've been talking over the witness for a few seconds. Thank you.
About any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
There's no
You
no
got
problem
involved in this
anymore.
case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
I'll allow that.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him.
2 people in the world, 2 people worldwide had this issue with timestamps and Cellebrite, and that made you change your entire software programming and to remove the timestamps for future. Cellebrite, you're a bunch of wusses. Really? Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? 2 people in the entire world had that problem. One of them, Richard Green, is the one who's the expert for the defense that brought it to your attention. Wow.
It all made sense then.
And since then,
It all made
has-
sense.
in your world, academic and research world,
We're all
forensic
living in
data
your world.
science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No, if anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
The trolls, they found you? The trolls found you the way they found Dr. Wolf's family? The trolls found you to compliment you? Oh, okay.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
Didn't Jessica Hyde recommend him?
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Cellebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way,
Unethical.
this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately
You didn't
and
do
would
it.
destroy the reputation of Cellebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
You've already done it.
Before a prior
Really?
proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellebrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to
Not
remove
relevant.
that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that
It's
decision
not his
process?
company.
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellebrite, but Axiom reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
It is a
Does it have
deleted
label
search.
on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact?
I'm sorry,
reference?
did he just say it is a deleted search? Okay, let's hear that again. On Axiom, it's deleted also.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Wait.
Is it-
Would it reflect this search?
It is to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does
It's
it have a
deleted.
label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
A carved label?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact reference guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
and offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Wow. Thank you, Becky Ellison. Bella's mom is here, and she says it gets wilder and wilder, and that I'm her favorite. Thank you, Bella's mom. I'll allow it.
Sir, when you
Dispute 20.
came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us
My
a
own.
little bit about your own tool.
Yes, do an
Again, this is a
infomercial for
tool I've been
Artex.
writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make
For fun.
available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to,
Hi, Tori. Hi, Tori. Your mom, Mrs. Mark, says hi. Says to tell me to say hi to you. And she appreciates that you're watching this trial with her and for the first time. And she says, I'm the best because I pause and explain. And also I pause to say hi to Tori. Hi, Tori. We appreciate you. I appreciate you guys too.
examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either
sorry.
prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying.
You didn't mention
artifacts.
that.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show
I
us
can.
how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
No, we don't want a live demonstration.
Could you show
I'm
us?
sorry.
Of course.
Chaka? Chaka, we're
Okay.
in the land of the lost right now. He's now asking for Ian Whiffen to do a live demonstration of testing out this theory because, you know, he put a phone in a freezer and he doesn't understand. He doesn't know how cold it was in Canton that night. It doesn't matter to him. He also doesn't know what the temperature of freezing is in Fahrenheit terms. Chloe Albert's revenge. We are all there with you. Christina Rex is laughing. Oh, that's Gretchen Voss to the left of your screen from Christina Rex. She's a reporter for Boston Magazine. Law enforcement, LAW or LAR. You spelled it, but I would spell it LAWR. Law enforcement, like roar.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to read the report. Okay? The rest of it, take our lunch and recess. Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess. 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to read the report. Okay? The rest of it, recess.
Please rise to the jury. Please no folks behind the chairs. Thank you.
I bet they're going to make him do an offer of proof. If anything, if she lets this in, I mean, my head is going to blow down the street. I mean, it already popped off like 5 times. I had to keep putting it back on when I went off camera. I also go off camera so that I can eat a bite of my cottage cheese and cantaloupe because I get hangry, as you can see. And that viewer who said something rude to me is probably now on Reddit complaining about me, but I don't really care. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the snark tank. All right, so we don't really know what time they're coming back, but we've got some questions to get to anyway. Right now it is 1:16 here on the East Coast. She's only given the jurors 45 minutes for lunch. So what, are they going to come back at 2 and then they're coming back a little bit early? Somebody asked to watch Microdots clips, which we will do while I get a little lunch. But let's first go to the chat and take some questions that we have not addressed yet. Sean says, Whiffen threw Apple under the bus regarding the security of iPhone and the iOS. He opened Cellebrite up to a lawsuit from Apple and for the defense to get an expert from Apple to come in and counter Whiffen's incompetence. Thank you, Sean. I think that they're pretty. They've got their experts pretty set. All right, well, that didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. Hang on. Oops. Oop. Somebody complained the other day that my background was too distracting. It's always something. You got something. Thank you, Sean, for your 20. Steph McGarry is here from Argentina. Says, my German Shepherd, boy Murphy, goes crazy barking if a neighbor even comes outside in the garden. If people were outside screaming and shouting like at 34 Fairview that night, he would lose his mind trying to protect us. I love you with all of my heart, too. German Shepherds for justice. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Criminal Med. BK says, use a browser extension, audio equalizer, and amplifier. The thing is, they don't play well with StreamYard. I've tried every browser extension there is to volume boost, and it just doesn't work with StreamYard. StreamYard doubled its price, sold its company, and it doesn't play well. So I can't. Wish I could, but the best I can do is modulate my volume to match the feed, but thanks for your advice. Rosemary says, why did Bev say she found a violation with AJ's opening statement? I don't know what that is all about. Can somebody enlighten me on that? I'm not sure what you are referring to. Random thoughts. Remember? Random thoughts. Deep thoughts. Jack Handy. Another great SNL skit. Random thoughts says, how much was he paid? Whiffen? Don't know. How many phone calls and texts with the Commonwealth? Did he discuss the case with the Commonwealth? When did he get paid? Did he track his man hours for the Commonwealth? I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did all of those things. But the judge wouldn't have grave concerns about that, you know. I'm a baffled. Thanks for your 10. Thanks for telling us to look at the screen if we're able. Love that. Oh, you're welcome. I'm here to help. D6, D64 and from New Zealand says, for fun, just go inside your house and watch your GPS ping all around. It's much worse if it's a basement. This is common knowledge in law. Thank you. Thank you for telling everyone what everyone should know. Dirty Hanky says, we adore you with all of us. Thank you, Dirty Hanky, for your 10. That was Hoff Day. Says, song for the playlist, Boom, Boom, Boom. Everybody says, Wayo by the Out There Brothers. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. A nice girl reached out to me and said, my dad from Ireland watches all of your YouTube videos about the Karen Reid case and enjoys the trial and enjoys them all. He had a song he thought would be good for your playlist. It's an Irish song called The Liar by Mackem and Clancy, or M-A-K-E-M. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Mackem and Clancy. This is one of the lines. There is no one who can tell a lie like me. You may search until you tire. You won't find a bigger liar. I've been lying since the dawn of history. And I said, absolutely, Sláinte. His name is Bernard. He's watching from Ireland. And I already put it on the playlist. So there's that. Thank you, Bernard, for watching. Hope you're enjoying this fight show as much as we are. And your daughter, Maeve, is a sweetheart. Okay, Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked says the ARCCA voir dire and Kate Peter caught an affidavit spreading the lie about the Fed closing backfired. Fed closing their investigation, right? The witnesses are now aware that the FBI's case is open and they're watching closely. Well, yes, they can infer that, I think, right? We kind of confirm or deny because the FBI does not confirm or deny whether they open or close an investigation. Maybe when they open one, they do. Maybe they send a target letter. D64. I grew up in an orchard and I've never seen so much cherry picking in my life. Oh, that was well done. Well done. None of his data points are consistent. The time spacing is wrong. The units of measure are deliberately wrong. Yes. Nina said to show the Microdots clip. Let me just get through a couple of these, Nina, and I will. Kyle says, is the thermometer calibrated? Where was the good documentation practices to ensure data integrity? No, there was none. Engineer, 15 years. Thank you, Kyle, for chiming in. And I would have been scolded as an engineer intern on the first day. Well, your kids must win the science fair. I think the science fair is, for me anyway, the bane of every parent's existence. The split screen for 32 Fairview later. What part did you want to watch specifically? 32 Fairview. Lottie's mom, this is the Rentala case with an iPhone instead of paint, 100%. The Rentala case was all about an expert who did some paint drying experiments in his basement And the conviction was overturned. And Rintala got a new trial. Or like 3. Didn't they try her like 3 times? Jen McCabe's slow blink says, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with Alessi. I'll allow it. Thanks again for another 10. Jen McCabe's slow blink. Why is the software expert testifying about hardware, i.e. an iPhone? That's a great question. It's a great question. Lynn says, too clever by half is the actual expression, meaning too cute. Also, he should not be talking in meters in the US. Another deception. Yes, well, why not, right? When there's no ramifications for your behavior, Commonwealth, you can just keep pulling as many shenanigans as you want because nobody's going to stop you. Technically, Hank is a weasel is here and says, found you during the last trial. You're my go-to for cases now. Also, you just inspired my new username. Well done. Well done, girl. Thanks for your 10, Jen. Technically, Hank is a weasel is her new name. Nothing to see here. In my opinion, John never got into the house until after they beat him and then to put him outside. That could be why no one saw him in the house until after the attack. Yeah. Could be. And BB2. Mel, since we have the evil queen of 227 next, can we have a scream emoji so my head doesn't pop off? Oh, that's great. I don't think I can quickly create it before then, Aunt BB, but thank you for suggesting it. Lori says, is everybody plays a fool on the playlist? No, there's a lot of fool. There's Ship of Fools, 2 different versions of Ship of Fools, the Grateful Dead version and the Doors version. I don't think we have that one on there. The other Linda says, did anybody notice that Spanky dyed his hair? It's darker. No, I did not notice that. He's trying to look good for the camera. Thanks, other Linda. MJA says, IA said it could be 36 seconds of ringing. The time doesn't count until it's answered. You mean AI? I don't trust AI, but okay. I don't know. 36 seconds of ringing? Who lets it ring for 36 seconds? I don't know. Maybe. Fist fights and dog bites. I swear I've been paying attention, but is today half day? No, it's not a half day. What are the odds? The odds we'll see the defense get their hands on Jen today. Hopefully they're good. Hopefully they're good. We still have a whole afternoon to get through. And she gave the jury only a 45-minute lunch. Sleuthing around. Dreamfeed Media did all these experiments, phone and freezer, heart rate. She had more data than Ian, but I think the Commonwealth got the ideas. Loving you. Thank you. Thank you. U.S. Open and Trials defense demolished the Commonwealth witnesses. Experts were terrible and others lied. Hanky Spanky was despicable yesterday. That is so true. Thank you for thanking me. I thank you. That was half day. I'm a juror, and Hank objected to the results of the Sunday night test right? I'd be wondering what else the Commonwealth are hiding from me. He's their witness. Yeah. And he said, I went to Fairview on Sunday night. Oh, yes, I did. And I tried to, drive the exact same route, shake my phone around. And the judge wouldn't let him testify about his results to that. But now, apparently, she may let him do an in-court demonstration of his Google searching and how it reverts back to a timestamp. It's improper. Juricity. And did Hank just think of that, like while he on the fly? I mean, this is crazy. This is great. No, they didn't finish Ian Whiffen yet. He's coming, but we're just waiting. We're on a lunch break. Juricity, he's a professional. He knows the difference between metrics and temps. It's his job. He can convert in seconds. He has a vested interest in the software he's using. Well, he doesn't have a vested interest in Cellebrite because he's just an employee. He's not even an owner of the company. And he didn't talk as much about Artex, his own software, this time as he did last time. Last time it was like a whole infomercial. But he's aware that this is someone's life. Yes. Thank you for your 10. Win pick 3. I'm a programmer. SHA accepts values in string like name / byte size, etc., then encrypts it. Example, JOK 109 2020 2 bytes. Then that is the value that gets hashed. Well, that just went right over my head. But maybe some people in the chat understood it. Bombay Bad Boy, thanks for your 10. This tool tested on an iPhone 110, yet John O'Keefe had an iPhone 11. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know enough about the details of his phone to tell you. How is he so sure that the 2 phones have the same sensors? Gyroscope has got to produce the same results. That is way over my pay grade. Bombay Bad Boy, but there's people in the chat that can probably answer you. So tag Bombay Bad Boy in your response to this question, please. Thank you so much. Bombay Bad Boy also said Cellebrite is a complicit, dirty company. They have vested interest in the law getting what they want to continue to sell their software. And right before that, Nina said, but Mel, explain the influence of housewife Jen McCabe on Cellebrite. It's really hard to believe. I'm not saying Jen McCabe has any influence over Cellebrite, but I think that Bombay Bad Boy might have just given you another reason. Random thoughts. Can we have a dunce hat emoji? I thought that was cute. Let us see. Cellebrite turned off replies on Twitter. Yeah, is that true, Anton? LJ says, in my opinion, the Alessi pause is equally as effective as AJ's pregnant pause. I'll allow that. Aaron, thanks for your 10. Check out the head shake while staring at Bev from Hank. He was giving Wolf the email. Her reaction, it's very subtle but creepy, very creepy. Something's going on. Check it out. We played that early this morning. First thing. Yesterday when Brennan handed Wolf the email. Yeah, we did. We went over it, Aaron. Thanks. I don't know. It was right at the very beginning of the stream. Prayers for Karen says, you are witnessing pure brilliance. Love you, Mel. Oh, no, I love you more. Thank you for your 20. Dirty Hanky. Alessi's carving skills are on fleek. Yes, they are. They're on fleek. RJ Larson says, Your Honor, we don't need to see any more of this circus. Not guilty. We can only hope, right? Kathleen, if John O'Keefe was carried out to the lawn, his iPhone would register movement. They've not said anything about this. Oh, yeah, we put this up before. Thank you, Christina, for your super sticker. Alicia is here. She's a CU buff, class of 93. Go Buffs! Love your brilliance, quick wit, and your style. You're fabulous. Oh, no, you are. I'm a mod on Web Sleuth. I don't know who that is. And you're debating somebody this week. That's cool. But it's not so cool to come into other people's chats or channels. But I'll still take your 20. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can, if you want to correspond with me, there's email to do that. It's in the show notes below, but I can't be your pen pal. Can't take your kid from California to South America and bring your child to you. Even if you promise me 10 acres of land, can't do that. I'm not your secretary. I will not forward things to the defense or to other YouTubers or things like that. So say we all, who was it again who had access to the FBI extraction tools? We don't know, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out who extracted Jen McCabe's phone. Probably pretty soon. Thank you, Darla, for becoming a member. All right, let's go to Microdots clip on Ian Whiffen. The one that was 18 hours ago. It's only a minute and 19 seconds. All right, hang on. Let me just thank some of the Venmo patrons. And also, I think I'm in the Boston Globe, but I have not read the article yet. So I need to read the article to see what they say about me before I read it to you. Let me thank some people on Venmo. Thank you, John. He just says YouTube. Thank you, Dennis. Says, love how you present your show. Stay cool, stay calm, stay classy, stay sassy. Way to go, Alessi. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Andrea, for buying me 5 matcha lattes. Is there any oversight of judges in order to ensure they remain unbiased and fair? Yeah, there is a judicial board. I swear I'll end up needing a heart transplant by the end of this travel. Listen, if you need a break, take a break. Don't let the AFib act up. Don't get chest pain. And if you have too much, just step away, Andrea, if you need to. Okay? Okay. Everyone, self-care is very, very, very important during such trying times as these and such trauma. We're all in this trauma together. We're all in this together. That's a song too, isn't it? Amanda, thanks for buying me a matcha latte. Says maybe use it for Velcro for your head. As I'm sure it will pop off many more times. Thank you, Amanda. That's hilarious. Thank you, MD, for buying me a matcha latte. Says enjoy your day. Thank you. Paula, is the Benny Hill theme song on the playlist? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, it is. It sure is. Asking for a friend. Says thank you for helping the citizens of Norfolk County through this nightmare with your comments. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Jerusha, for your Venmo. Playlist request, Confetti by Charlotte Cardin or Cardan. Please support this amazing artist. It's a really good song. Excellent. I'll take a listen to it later. Thank you. Jerusha. Kimmy says, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you prefer Venmo. Oh, it's cool. YouTube takes 30% and you have to wait a long time. YouTube is like on a 30-day, 30-day. They pay you every 30 days. But so thank you. She says, thanks for taking a stance for what is right. Love my Labradors. My Labradors and I love your stream. Well, I have a lot of pets that watch me. It's very funny. People send me pictures of their pets watching me, and I love it. It's hilarious. Catherine says, loving every minute of it by Loverboy. Loving your channel in this community. Well, we are so happy to have you with us, Catherine. You have no idea how happy we are to have you. Lynn says, thank you on Venmo. Thank you, Lynn. Jessica bought me a coffee. Says, thanks for doing this. Oh, and Dr. Wolf's beautiful wife of 10 years bought me a matcha latte too. What a great username that is. She says it's not really Dr. Wolf's wife, so you know. Truly enjoy watching the trial with you. Here's a thought. Can't Google pull timestamps on when inquiries are made? You would think. Elaine, thank you so much for your generous Venmo. Says, I'm disgusted with Bev and what she's allowing in her courtroom. We all are. Love you the most. No, I love you the most. Don't tell the others. Don't tell the others, Elaine. Connie, thank you for the Venmo. Since Carrie perjured herself on the stand, can't the defense ask for charges to be dropped? Since the whole reason Karen even got the second cut was because of Carrie's testimony. Well, there were a lot of people that testified at the grand jury, not just Carrie. They already asked in a motion pre-first trial, for the case, for the indictments to be dismissed based on all the shenanigans that took place in front of that grand jury. And there was a lot of other things that happened there too, including Proctor's testimony. They didn't know about Carrie's testimony at the time, but it's in my pre-trial playlist from the first trial. It was a wild motion and the judge denied it. She denied it. So, there's that. Denise bought 5 matcha lattes and is thanking me for my commitment to the Karen Reed case. Lindsay, thank you. Says, just a quiet thank you for all the work you're doing to support Karen Reed. Love the example that you lead with. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna give me a little bit of a tiny break while we play a Microdots video for you, so I can eat some more of my cantaloupe and cottage cheese. Oh, and thank you to the amazing, I think her name is Tracy on Instagram, who commented on one of my posts the other day. And then I clicked on her profile and she is all about juicing. Thank you, because I busted out my juicer. I forgot. I have a Breville. It was packed away because I went away for a while and some people were staying in my house, and broke out the Breville. I've been drinking celery juice for a couple days in a row now. I'll let you know how it works out. But apparently it's going to do wonders for my skin. So I'm here for it. Okay. Let's this is on the Microdots Clips channel because they have 2 channels. Microdots, he does anyway. Richie, he's got a Clips channel. He's got a regular channel. If you don't follow them on YouTube, what the hell are you doing? Here is what he posted yesterday. And Brennan is delusional. Everyone laughs at him. Well, I should turn on the sound. So,
Did you ever delete text?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here? I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
No, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Did you ever delete text from last year? Yes. Yes.
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
You didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
I don't think I can play that for you because there's music attached, and I imagine Microdots bought the rights to use the music, but I can't. And if I do play it, it will get stricken.
You weren't aware that she, or are you aware as you sit here?
This one is called Carrie's Lies. Karen Reed. Follow Microdots and Microdots clips on YouTube and all socials. Richie is amazing. He's been doing a lot to try and help free Karen Reed through his videos. Please go follow.
You weren't aware that she, or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
For this to be true, we are required to believe that Kerry Roberts not only did not watch the first trial of which she was a part, but also that Jen and Kerry never discussed their testimony with one and other before, during or after that trial, an idea which is completely inconceivable. Kerry is suggesting she's never in her life watched the now famous segment I'm about to show you.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Kerry Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Kerry did this a second time during her testimony, claiming not to know that Officer Michael Lank is longtime friends with the Alberts. To be clear, hundreds of thousands of people following this trial have been aware of this fact for over a year. Everyone knows it. Kerry certainly does too.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
Your friend Lee with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
I don't understand how we are expected to believe such obvious lies. Yet they continue to flow from nearly every Commonwealth witness. Here is the fiery exchange ending the cross-examination. Up until this moment, Alan Jackson has effectively exposed Kerry's deceptions, all designed to shift blame away from Jen McCabe and onto Karen Reed.
Just asked, just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
Right.
correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what
I
your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie? I did not intentionally,
But you did.
and not intentionally. Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Well, at least one of my videos came up in the suggested videos after that ended. As I almost break an ankle. Running back to my chair. Okay, hang on. So I thought I saw something interesting because I was Court TV's doing a poll, and they've got let me get rid of this. Court TV is running a poll. They've got 8,491 votes, which is not a lot. The other day when we did a poll, we had something like over 16,000 votes. So we're just gonna, and this is unusual for Court TV, so this is why I thought I'd bring it to your attention. 8,491 votes. The poll is grade the Commonwealth case against Karen Read so far. A, B, C, or F. 12% give it an A. 13% give it a B. 27% give it a C. And 47% give it an F. And that's shocking based on what I know about the people in the chat at Court TV. So that's crazy, right? Isn't that so crazy? 47% of the people on court watching it on Court TV say they're giving the Commonwealth's case an F so far. And there's a lot of new watchers. Tell me if you're new here, well, not just here, if you're new to the Karen Read saga and you didn't follow the first trial, but you've since then become interested in this case for whatever reason, put a, let's see, what should we put in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat. If you did not watch the first trial and you have just recently become interested in this case and you don't know all the lore and all the stuff, or you've caught up on it since then, put a 1 in the chat because I'm curious to see how many new to the Karen Read case people we have. There's a lot more interest in this case now than the first time. And I'll tell you that when I first heard about this case, it was maybe around the fall of 2022. No, 2023. Fall of 2023, because I started covering it on my channel and going on Court TV in January of 2024. And I remember when it first happened because I remember hearing about it because I have ties to the area where it happened and the specific county where it happened in Norfolk County. And I've been told for decades how corrupt the police are in the area and the county for decades, and by people and friends and family who live there. Or lived there at the time in decades gone by. And I remember when it first happened, hearing on the news, there's this woman who backed into her boyfriend after a party. Maybe she was drunk and left him there, and he died in the cold. And law enforcement sources told the media there was ring camera footage of the incident. And I thought, wow, that's terrible. What a horrible thing. And it's on video. Wow, that sucks. May he rest in peace. You know, I back the blue 100%, except when they're corrupt. And I think a lot of other people heard about it and they thought that too. Wow, she hit him. There's ring camera footage of it. Case closed, right? Then I started digging into the police reports and the court documents, and I was transfixed. And I've over 30 years of experience as a plaintiff's attorney. I handled the cases for the victims of the clergy sex abuse cases, this Catholic church scandal on Long Island. And I've been fighting for victims my entire career, victims and survivors of all kinds of horrific things. And also car accident victims. And I knew the second I looked at the pictures that were out there on the interwebs that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There are no injuries below the neck to his body other than what looks like an animal attack to his right arm. And how could nobody see that? It was just so obvious to me. Just so obvious to me. It's got two black eyes, and what they said was a big egg, an egg. The witnesses described it on the above his right eye. Brain bleeds. Brain bleeds here and here, and all in the front of the skull, in addition to skull fractures here and here and here, and a big gash on the back of his head with multiple skull fractures there as well. Guy looks like he caught a beating. And maybe the dog got involved and tried to protect its owner. That's what German Shepherds do. I've always said that there's no motor vehicle accident report ever. I don't know an insurance adjuster that would pay on a civil case without a car accident report. It's an MV 104 here in New York. It's a car accident. Law enforcement would file a motor vehicle accident report, especially in a fatality of a fellow brother in blue. But no, they didn't ever file a motor vehicle accident report, which is why, just one of the reasons why, I think the civil case is going to fail. For those of you who don't know, the O'Keefe family, Mrs. O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, and they've also sued on behalf of the niece, are suing Karen Reed and C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall Bar for wrongful death as a result of this alleged car accident and as a result of the bars allegedly over-serving her. I don't think it's going to be successful because there's no motor vehicle accident report, okay? That's just one of the reasons. They're back at 1:45. Yeah, I have the fan up. The fan is up. She turned off the air conditioning already. I want to know how hot it is in the courtroom. Are people mad about the air conditioning being turned off? And so that is why I have been such a firm believer in Karen Reed being railroaded, because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And you don't have to believe me. Listen to the ARCCA experts in the first trial who were hired by the feds to investigate this investigation. Karen Reed could be any one of us, and that is also the scariest thing. One of the other scary things about this case. I said in the beginning, Karen Reed could be you, Karen Reed could be me, Karen Reed could be your sister, your daughter, your wife. And if this can happen to Karen Reed, it can happen to any one of us. Karen Reed is lucky. Well, she's not lucky. She was fortunate enough to be able to have the financial resources to be able to afford the $100,000 cash bail that was required in this case. And her parents helped her. She had to sell her home. She lost her job in finance. She lost her job as a professor at Bentley. Her life has been destroyed. And she has some very generous benefactors and donors and people worldwide who are donating every dollars at a time to her defense fund, which has raised over $900,000. Her attorneys are working for free. They've said she's $5 million in debt for her attorney's fees, and they're not going to collect. That's how much they believe in her innocence. That's how much that they believe that they're uncovering all of this corruption for the world to see. And if Karen Reed didn't have the $100,000 in cash to post that bail, she would still be sitting in the Norfolk County Pokey since her arrest in early February of 2022, over 3 years. Many people think the charges were upgraded from vehicular manslaughter to second-degree murder so that she would take a plea. But she's not taking a plea because she didn't do this. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Anybody with common sense can see it. And more people need to know about it. And that was my long, long way about my long story for telling you all that I'm glad that many of you are taking an interest in this case now, because it's really freaking scary that this is 2025. United States of America, and that this is going on. It's insanity. Oh, all right. I'm in the Boston Globe. Let's take a look at the article. We're still waiting for them to come back to court. I guess they're going to argue about whether or not Ian Whiffen is going to be able to do his just now suggested in-court demonstration of Google searches and how the timestamp may or may not revert back to 227. Because we're in the upside down, inside out world of Narnia. Here it is. This is published today, April 29th, 2025 at 4:20 a.m. Wow, Aiden Ryan getting up early to get this article published. As the crowds at Karen Reed's retrial dwindle, the spectacle persists online. Okay, well, getting a shout out. The online audience, and that includes you. Photograph of some supporters outside the courthouse. That's from April 22nd. Dedham, temporary fencing and caution tape line the streets outside the historic doomed building that houses Norfolk County Superior Court. State troopers and other law enforcement officers patrol the area on bikes or on foot. TV crews adjust their cameras for their next shot. This is the site of Karen Reed's retrial for murder. But the scene last week, with the exception of the first day, was much quieter than the final days of her first trial, when raucous crowds demonstrated outside court. A wider buffer zone for demonstrators, heavy police presence, and a new lottery system for reporters seeking seats inside are a response to the chaos of that first trial. The calmer atmosphere, however, doesn't reflect the case's growing online audience. That's you guys. People around the world are tuning into live blogs, courtroom streams, and interviews with key figures to keep up with a trial that has captured the attention of both mainstream audiences and true crime fanatics. Prosecutors allege that on a snowy night in January 2022, Reed struck her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her car and left him to die in the cold in Canton. Reed and her defense team have said she's innocent and claimed that O'Keefe was the victim of a cover-up. Well, no, that Reed was the victim of a cover-up, but that's okay. Why do so many people care? Quote, it involves a police officer and the possibility of police misconduct or even a cover-up, said Laurel Einert, an assistant teaching professor at Northeastern University who taught a class on true crime. People are drawn to a story that confirms their priors, and this story has the potential to confirm our worst fears about police corruption. I don't know, their prior what? A jury could not reach a verdict during, who's the editor at the Boston Globe online on website? A jury could not reach a verdict during last summer's trial, prompting the judge to declare a mistrial and order a retrial that began last week. Reed faces 3 counts: second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence, and leaving the scene of a crash that resulted in death. Interest in the case surged last year, and major news outlets now provide frequent coverage. The Associated Press has live streamed the opening days of the trial, and CNN has run a live blog and daily coverage for readers to follow the case. Karen Reed was featured on the trending bars on the websites of CNN, ABC, and Fox News last week. Here's another photo. Karen Reed supporters gathered around a television placed on the roof of a car as they watched opening statements in Reed's retrial on April 22nd. I don't know if any of you are pictured in that photograph. The fan is still fanning, so isn't it interesting that Fanning's name is Fanning, Trooper Fanning? It's also been a heavily discussed topic on TikTok, where many users are providing updates on their own theories about what actually happened that night in Canton. Aynard said that because of how the case was mishandled by law enforcement. All right, the jury's entering, but let me just finish this article. We'll only be like 2 minutes behind. Because of how the case was mishandled by law enforcement, consumers of the case can speculate and theorize about what happened. Audiences are not just passive consumers of the story, but active participatory contributors to the narrative as they investigate and share their version of the story online. She said, the story takes on a life of its own. Reed's own media appearances, including a 2-part profile in Vanity Fair, episodes on true crime programs such as Dateline in 2020, and a docuseries streaming on Max, have solidified the case as an international sensation. Clips of those interviews have even been played in court in an effort by the prosecution to use her own words against her. There's still a robust media presence at the trial. All five of Boston's local TV news stations, as well as national outlets such as Court TV and Fox News, have parked vans and set up cameras. Reporters and camera crews swarm Reed and her attorneys when she enters and leaves the courthouse. To get a seat inside, reporters previously had to arrive pre-dawn for a chance at one of 10 available slots, which officials awarded on a first-come, first-serve basis. There were reports last year of verbal and physical altercations between members of the media. Oh, yes, there were. For the retrial, the court is running a lottery among registered members of the media that include local news outlets, as well as independent media figures such as Aidan Carney, the blogger known as Turtle Boy, whose obsession with the case and belief in Reed's innocence helped elevate the murder case to a bona fide, I know they're back. I'm going to finish reading this article. We will get there in a second. I promise you, I paused it. We will not miss a minute. Can I please finish the article? Thank you so much. If you guys don't think I'm on top of it, then you don't know me very well. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Among those in the small courtroom last week were reporters from the Globe, the Boston Herald, WCVB Channel 5, WFXC Boston 25, full of reporter and Carney. During the first trial, swarms of mostly pro-Reed supporters could be found cheering her outside the courthouse. With a stricter buffer zone, they now need to stay far away. Roughly 24, blah, 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 blah. And then it gets to me and says, Fotheringham and other Reed supporters say they have largely gotten the information about the case from podcasts and law tubers, lawyers who follow legal cases on YouTube, such as Melanie Little, a New York attorney, a New York lawyer with over 86,000 subscribers to her YouTube channel. But they've also tuned into Reed's major interviews, including the Max documentary and the specials on Dateline in 2020. So there's that. They mentioned somebody named Kat Fotheringham, 50, a Karen Reed supporter who works for a tech company and traveled from North Carolina to stand outside the courthouse. I don't think that's the Kat that they were referring to when they were speaking to Dr. Daniel Wolf. And so there's that. Elizabeth Manka, also quoted, age 50, said, I watch a lot while I'm driving, while I'm cleaning, while I'm cooking. She's a physical therapist from Burlington who believes Karen Reed is innocent. My husband would say it's bordering on an unhealthy obsession. And that was written by Aidan Ryan, today's Boston Globe. Thank you for the shout out. And if anybody's here from reading the Boston Globe this morning, let me know. And welcome. Yeah, I know court is back on. Thank you, Sir Earl of Grey, for assuming I'm not on top of it. Thank you. Once again, this is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure. You do not need to announce your departure. You just don't.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
I'm sorry. What part of I know don't you understand?
Mr. Whiffen, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep. I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting. So it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data,
Yes.
in addition to being in a building like a house or a business. That's one way it can be affected.
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Body
No,
being on the
ask it
phone.
differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
So a body laying on the phone
Exhibit
could
40
affect
has two
location data.
circles, one darker, one white.
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question. Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
Mhm.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course,
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's like, yeah, good, because I'm going to point out all the reasons why it's wrong. And when I get back up again, no worries. No worries. Thank you, Carolina, for joining and for commenting. And I do not have Liar by 3 Dog Night on the playlist. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I don't normally
With the
like
court's permission,
yell
I'd
at
like Ms.
people.
Gilman to show us the chart.
Just the trolls.
Yes.
Yeah, wouldn't the phone show John O'Keefe flying 25 miles an hour into the yard or 30 feet?
How
or
long of
however
a time
long?
period does that photograph encompass?
Thank you, Loaded Hot.
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that
Yeah.
photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those 2 circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now
No.
how it works.
She's going to let him do that?
A person can open a tab.
I'm sorry, what?
And there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search, but still retain the original timestamp.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Is that
what?
something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give us
Yes.
a live demonstration of
Okay.
this.
Are you
Do you want
kidding
the
me?
light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay.
They're going to
Okay.
allow this live demonstration?
First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have
My
on
head
a
is
phone
rolled
that's in front of me.
to New Jersey.
So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone.
So you use the right software this
On the
time.
right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years.
His
I
tool,
make it available
Artex.
for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices.
It's free.
Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this.
Welcome to the Artex infomercial. I mean, I thought it was coming, but I didn't think it was going to come like this. Bob Alessi's head has already exploded. It's in another, it's at the seaport. I think his head flew to the seaport. I cannot believe this. And since I'm not watching any other law tubers, I don't know if their head is popping off too, but okay, Alessi must have a plan. Praise Kier. Trust Alessi.
Directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors are.
I hate to interrupt you, but I'm going to
Try
interrupt
to.
you and I'm going to turn off the air conditioning again. Okay? Okay. We don't want that, do we?
Is that
It's
going to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
What if he has a
Yes.
trick phone?
It's just a little closer.
Oh, let me pull forward.
Turn the air conditioning on.
You know, like the two-headed quarter.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration.
You had a break.
If I go back onto the phone itself,
This is redirect, yeah.
just takes a second to refresh and
It's
open
scrolling
up
along the
Safari.
bottom, but yes, I will clarify that
And I
because
can
it seems
open
like
up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into
yes, she allowed it. She allowed it.
Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record.
Tell your
you
tool
can see
something else.
the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. We can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, there's no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
He doesn't have the skill
yes,
either.
The way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
His software is better than Cellebrite.
The lights on, please.
Turn the lights back on. Thank you, Midnight Mike, for gifting 5. I love you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Love you with all of my
Yes,
heart.
please, Your Honor.
This is
Good
beyond
afternoon and
improper.
hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just,
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
so you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me
Yes.
see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question again
Oh,
is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
been doing it for 2 years.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Cellebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffen, you're all set. So you can
Thank you.
You're all set. Somebody needs to explain that to me because,
Have you seen why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
while he's clutching his items, we're all clutching something. We're a little behind, as you know, so we're going to FF it. We need Chaka back. We're in the land of the lost officially, upside down, inside out, Narnia of Norfolk Superior Court. And we are outraged. We are outraged. Poor Mr. O'Keefe. My heart breaks for him. Thank you, Norman, for your super chat. Kimberly Sue. They should ask him if he could corrupt the data and make it undetectable. Thank you for your super chat. Irony in the land of the lost is here. Thank you for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Alicia says, love your passion. Not sure which night I will be debating. I don't know I don't know who Web Sleuth is, you guys. I mean, I appreciate that you're, putting it out there. But again, and NBC News reported at noon today that Whiffen proved O'Keefe never went into the house. What, framed? I don't know. Haven't seen it, Heather, but I'm not surprised because every single night they get the headlines wrong. Maybe one network reported that Carrie Roberts testified that she lied in front of the grand jury. DJAS 33A defense can't ask Whiffen about Sunday's drive testing, but now he can model a search to the jury live. Yes, you heard that right. They're probably moving for a mistrial, but I really don't know what's going on at sidebar right now. Rockwell's somebody's watching me for thank you, Looney Tunes. Thank you. I think it's on there. I think it's already on there. Hey, FBI, what's up? Thanks for tuning in from Norway, VIR. Says, say hi to the FBI, but they probably watch you. I don't know about that, but maybe we have some new Boston Globe viewers. If you heard about me in the Boston Globe this morning and that's why you're here, please type Boston Globe in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Would it be proper to ask on Cross if he owns stock in Cellebrite? No, I don't think so. Thank you, Grace. This judge wouldn't allow it, but she'll allow him to do a live demonstration. She wouldn't let AJ count out 22 seconds, but she'll let this demo in. Yes, Gladys, yes. Yes, you are correct. Gladys Kravitz, the curtain twitching neighbor from Bewitched. Because we talk about Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, the curtain twitchers quite often. She should be the next witness. It'll be interesting to see if she shows up or if she's there because here's what's going to happen. It's 2:25 here on the East Coast. They're never going to finish her today. I don't think. Who's going to cross her? I can't wait. Hopefully it's Alan Jackson. And so if they start her today on direct and she gets to have a break until tomorrow, she gets a chance to, have extra time before cross. I really think that's a good idea. Hey, if you guys are watching for the VFW Hall watch party, hey. Could John's phone have been in a Faraday bag? That stopped the data? Thanks, Jane. A lot of people have suggested that.
D for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
Jennifer McCabe. Here she comes, everyone. Jennifer McCabe is in the house. And if you did not see the first trial, boy, are you going to you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. Jim is back. He didn't want to miss today either. He wasn't here yesterday, Jim, the court clerk.
Face out quick and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case there is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
The woman, the myth, the legend, Jennifer McCabe.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask
That you
Go.
pull the microphone close, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Look at how she looks at the jury every single time she answers a question.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure, I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I
How's
drove
long?
the kids back and forth on my team, would take
Hoss long till she brings up harassment organically. Hoss long.
them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
There's a man passed out
I
in the
want you to
snow.
take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2000.
Hey, Rubia, no news. I heard they weren't calling Irene Scorti-Bello, medical examiner, but I'll let you know if I hear anything.
2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the
Well,
change in
drinking in
schedule,
between.
did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. My day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Yeah, when Karen
Take us to
murdered
the
my dear
afternoon of the
friend.
28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece?
Tristan doesn't know the time of anything.
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
We love the
So when you're in the
Kolakidis.
bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move?
Did the
inside
night grow?
bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first
She
got
licks her
there,
lips, too.
was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You
Distancing,
knew who he
distancing.
was?
Yes.
Prediction. They're going to throw Higgins under the bus. Ooh, freeze game on point. Let me just take down the captions for 1 second while we enjoy this. Facha. They're going to throw Higgins under the bus. That's my prediction. He was a friend of my Brian's.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
2, 3.
Not that I recall, no.
Somebody just put in the chat that exactly 2:27 is when she took the stand. That is wild to me. Was that scripted? That's crazy because it is now 2:38. Cannot confirm or deny, but that's crazy.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there,
He's
he
not
was
paying
at the
attention
table
to
with
you.
your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow and, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
Don't forget the birthday donut tradition. Ritual.
John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant. Do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
Because I love John.
So you were happy to see John?
Love
Yes,
John. And I
very.
liked
You were happy
Karen.
to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I
Well,
saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's
Okay.
okay. You said
Don't
that
worry,
you
'cause
had
she'll keep
known the
talking.
defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that
How
point?
long had she been dating
I know
John
I met
O'Keefe?
her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
Yeah, ask her that question.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
Look at the look she just
When
gave
you
her.
were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you had.
Okay.
What side effects? What side effects did she tell you about? Is that how Michael Proctor knew about her leaky blankety blank? Do not put it in the chat, please. Is that how he knew? Were those the side effects? Was the side effect maybe runny stool? I'm just going to say, for purposes of that, is that how Michael Proctor knew and could defame her in his group text messages? Well, that makes sense now, doesn't it? I want to know what the medication was, and I want to know what the side effects were, and I think she just confessed. And now we know. We always wanted to know, how did Michael Proctor know about Karen's medical conditions? Why did he call her those horrible, horrible things? Maybe that's why. Because she just says that she met Karen the Saturday before, and she told her she was on a new medication that had some side effects, and I was shocked they put her on it. This did not come out at the first trial. Okay? Listen to that again.
All that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes,
she's
Miss
telling him how to do his job.
Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects.
Awful
and I said,
side
I'm
effects.
shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend
Jackson's
time with
like,
Ms.
go ahead,
Reed
talk
that
about
night?
it.
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
Okay, if you haven't seen the waterfall footage, here it is.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
I'm going to full screen this
Yes.
for you.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay.
I can't see a damn thing in that video on the
Looking
left
at this
side. It's so
video,
blurry.
Can you tell or identify anybody
She knows.
under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
Oh, she's practiced this. She knows exactly who's there.
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video?
I can't see a damn thing.
If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please?
Remember that either from the first trial. I thought she was going to say because the band
Who's
just
that
finished a
person
song.
walking right to left, hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
Oh, the tears are going to come now. I could tell. I could hear it in her voice. Thank you, Luann, for gifting 5. You're the best. Do you hear the sniffling? Can anybody check her pocket for a cry stick?
Are you interacting with anybody?
It's too early, Farmer. It's too early.
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry.
A bit?
If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you
Can't
could
make it
play
out.
from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now.
Could it be worse quality?
Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying?
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't uncommon.
Last time she was saying that Karen Reed really wanted pizza. She was bugging him to make pizza. This time she just said food. There's one difference because she knows that anybody with Crohn's, well, maybe now someone has told her that a girl with Crohn's might not be begging for pizza at midnight. She's watching.
Occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Did you have an understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece, Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
They had to ask her that this time if she asked Karen to go with her because Karina Kolakithis testified during the last trial that Jen said to Karen, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. I have a surprise for you. Had another year to get the story straight. Take it back a second.
Yes.
You invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
Invite. It was
And
like, you're
who
coming
did
with me.
you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again.
After
Ms.
midnight.
Gilman, if you could take us to
We're gonna let it all
12:10,
hang
36.
down. Yes, they can use their previous testimony, Jules, to impeach them. They sure can, including grand jury testimony. And she knows how to ask for a transcript. Can you show me that? Can you show me what you're looking at? Are we going to see them doing the grab ass, the fighting stance?
Okay. If you could stop it there, please.
12:10.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because everything happened at 12:10 during the first trial. 12:10 is when Colin Albert left 34 Fairview. 12:10 is when everything in the last, look how interesting that is. It's 12:10:50 a.m. Who's still in the bar? Who's still in the bar? Chris Albert's still in the bar? Because remember, Chris Albert says he walked home. Colin Albert says when he got home and he left at 12:10 after Allie picked him up. When he got home, he walked up 3 flights of stairs to kiss mommy and daddy goodnight. And daddy was already like asleep. Okay? Remember this time, 12:10. It's almost 12:11 because it's 12:10:50 a.m. And Bridget Meehan, the owner of the Waterfall Bar, already came in and testified that she does have a surveillance camera. Nobody asked her if her time clock was right. Nobody asked her if this video is a fair and accurate representation of her actual surveillance footage, because we know what goes on with Colleen Crawford and John Fanning. We saw it in the murder of Keith Boudreau. They apparently doctored some video, and they were accused of that in 2015. Buckle up, buttercups.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Took it right down when you
Yes.
saw it was 12:10.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street.
Jeep, Higgins Jeep.
And there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Hold on. Was Higgins in that video at 12:10:50 a.m. in the waterfall? Was that after she was already gone? She left a little after 12, but she gets to her sister's house. She doesn't stop anywhere, and she gets there, and the Jeep is parked. I thought Higgins was in that video that we just saw from 12:10:50. Was he? Oh, that freeze game is on point. Look at this. Hold on. I may need to just clip that for later. See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll take that back because this is dissection. Look at her looking at the jury, making sure they believe her. Shock and horror. How did Higgins get to 34 Fairview before Jen did? She left first?
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway, any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's.
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
The crucifix around your neck doesn't make you any holier.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel
Yes.
and then another woman, Sarah.
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Didn't she
Had
dog sit for you?
Spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly
And
enough?
why was Julie Nagel so excited to see you that she told her brother Ryan, who came to pick her up in a blizzard, to go home and that she was going to go home with you because she wanted to hang out with you? Why was she so enamored of you, Julie Nagel, if you really barely even knew her?
That she watched your dogs?
Yes,
Sorry.
through my
Got to rewind a little bit.
party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and
Distancing
I
from
trusted
Julie Nagel.
his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody?
That's a really simple question. And I feel really sad for Brian Jr. because his birthday is ruined forever. And also because nobody could get home before midnight to have cake with the kid. And also because nobody knows what birthday it was for him. Nobody knows what birthday it was for him. Nobody can remember how old he was turning. Really? Couldn't that be part of your timeline? To at least make it seem like you guys gave enough of a shit about Brian Jr., Bri, to get home for his birthday cake. I mean, Aunt Julie brought donuts in the morning because it's a ritual that she would always bring donuts, and she was going to leave them in the car, in the frozen car, with the coffee, with the mug of whatever, the box of Joe that she was bringing over, until she found out about the tragedy. You could have done it better, but you didn't, because those are the details that people don't forget.
Anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
Higgins
So
beat you
Mr.
there, huh?
Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you.
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and, when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was that.
White Claw has entered the chat. So now we know there's beer because Brian said, let's go home and have a beer with my son Brian for his birthday. We know there was White Claw. We know there was no whiskey. There was no JMO because that's why Brian Higgins says that he left. Notice how she licks her lips every time she says something that maybe might not be part of the story, or I'm not a body language expert. You can watch other people for that, but the lip licking. Oh, that's not a good, I did her dirty on that freeze frame. Why did you get an advertisement if you're a member? I have no idea. I don't put ads on my lives. And it has nothing to do with being a member. It has to do with being a YouTube premium subscriber. And if you are and you got an ad, it's because you're probably signed out of your account, signed into your account. But you guys don't get ads during my live streams, do you? Because I don't have it set that way.
At the group.
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back.
Wasn't that call like 44 seconds? Like it wasn't quick. It wasn't like, hey, I'm here. Okay, bye. That's like 3 seconds. It was like 44 seconds. And then the second one, when he called her back, was like 30 something seconds, I think. But I remember Ian Whiffen's PowerPoint presentation. And he didn't know if that second call was answered, he said. Oh, here comes Bella's mom. Okay, hang on.
And he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
He, not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house.
Bella's house.
It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Hold on. Not only did she bring up Bella while he's in the car with Karen to try and piss her off and make her jealous, but Carrie Roberts said that they brought up Bella's mom again in the morning. More gaslighting at its finest. With friends like her, you don't need enemies. And with friends like Carrie Roberts, you don't have a good support system. When the other witnesses tell you, believe what they're telling you. The question on the table is, will you tell us who Bella is?
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Her name's Ashley, yeah.
And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
Yeah, because how does she know about John's relationship with Bella's mom? Her name's Ashley. This was absolutely in the first trial. She did testify to this, but this time they added it, I think, in the morning too. Okay. Oh, look at us catching up to real time. Well, I don't know what it is with the ads, but we can. I've never heard of people having ads on my live streams before because I'd have not set to not run ads, but I also heard that YouTube was changing its ad policy, but it wasn't supposed to be until May. Yeah, look at them trying to listen to the sidebar. We're on real time now. Yeah, see, some people have never seen ads. I mean, for $4 a week, you guys, YouTube Premium is worth it, especially if you're watching YouTube all day long. I gain nothing from this. I have no stock in YouTube. But if YouTube Premium is $4 a week, and you watch it all day long, and you're not paying for cable because you're watching YouTube all day, it's completely 100% worth it, in my opinion. Oh, I thought they were frozen because Polo Keefe hasn't moved in a while, but the guy in the back row just scratched his nose. Look what you made me do. Taylor Swift, Cheryl Paul. I'll allow it. Thank you, Kathy T. I appreciate you. Kathy T's at work in a law firm. And she's on the edge of her seat. Thank you for the $15 super chat. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
JC, thank you for your 20.
May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
You know the exact time.
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately between.
She has to change her whole timeline now because she's got text messages where she sees them outside, and she testified at the first trial that she saw them outside while she's looking at the front door at 12:40. She's got to change everything now. But you and I both know she's got her entire phone extraction memorized. She absolutely has it memorized. Tell me I'm wrong. And now she doesn't remember when that second phone call was. I call.
In that,
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music.
The music was so
Typical night.
loud you couldn't hear John getting hit by a car.
Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
It's Raining
No,
Men.
we were just laughing, telling stories.
Did you tell the story about It's
You know,
Raining
at
Men?
one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started
liquor.
playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
We saw the extraction. It was up on the screen and I pointed it out, and it said the last time the It's Raining Men video was played was like 2 days before this. Right? I remember putting it up on the screen. We talked about it. But this was her story the first time, so it's got to be her story the second time. Right?
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who
27th, right? Thank
sometimes
you.
has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
Yeah, she called her sister a drunk at the last trial too, so I guess her sister knew it was coming. Don't know which sister it was, but we have a sister who likes to drink a lot. Let's hear that again. Oh, there you go. There's a good one. The screamer. I know there's a lot of people in the chat that hate Jennifer McCabe, and there's this and that and the other, but let's try and like refrain from comments about her personal appearance, and let's just talk about her testimony and her demeanor, because we're better than that, right, guys? Thank you.
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you
Family
were
joke?
at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it
Not
a
yet.
celebratory mood?
Yes.
No
As
violence
you were in
yet.
the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you were in the kitchen, or
What about the tall, dark-haired man that Brian Albert saw that's never been yet identified that he admitted to seeing in the last trial after he may or may not have taken a federal proffer? What about that guy? Did you see that guy? Tell him the guy never went in the house. Why is she sitting on her hands? That's a great point. Again, with the teeth. Can we not talk about the teeth? We're over the teeth.
let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
No, I wish they did.
As you were
Shouldn't say I wish
waiting,
they did.
were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Again, she just licked her lips. He's trying to keep this brief because he knows that she's a talker, and he knows how much she said the first time about plugging her phone in, and she had all these stories about how many times she looked out the window. She saw the car here, then she saw it here, then she saw it here. But she's already testified that that Jeep is in front of like the mailbox, although she didn't really say exactly where the Jeep is.
Yes, so
Were you?
no, they did not. Karen to come.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John
Well-
and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
They didn't.
As you were
Did John
waiting-
just alone?
Were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music,
Up and down, up and down.
just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to
Couldn't
John
put you-
when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that
Like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text?
Whenever that text message was sent that says here, she saw the car. Let's keep that in mind. Put a pin in that.
Messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations,
Demeanor.
Oh, come on, for the love of the
misreads.
traveling Mary. Why you do that to me?
Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your
All right.
sister's house?
Hold on.
What do you mean by here? Was that
Like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Pull behind me. She was in the driveway. There was room to pull in behind her in the driveway. She drove a giant like Denali. Matt doesn't know what kind of car she drove. I think it was like Denali or a Yukon. It was very tall. Pull behind me. She saw them in front of the house. Did she expect Karen to like back up and pull in behind her? Is there no parking allowed on the street? Questions?
Did you continue to text him?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did. Yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Oh, so you saw the car gone.
Did you ever go outside through the...
So you saw the car was gone. You didn't hear a crash. You didn't see a crash. You didn't see a body on the lawn. All 11 of you that left after you saw her car gone didn't see the body on the lawn. But yeah, it was raining men. It was raining men on the front lawn. Wow. He better keep her brief because the more she talks, the more doors she opens. But I don't know how smart he is. And if you're ahead, please no spoilers because I'm enjoying this too much.
the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
Oh, she got a little snippy with Brennan there. Hold on a second. And then she's like trying to laugh at all. Oh, my freeze game is so on point. But I think with this witness, the freeze game is always going to be on point, right? He said, when you saw the car down by the flagpole, did you ever go out? It's like, why would I? She attacked him. The evil came out. The claws came out. Listen, she already said she saw the car move. The last time it was past the flagpole. I think that's the first time she ever said that. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and watch it again. Watch the evil come out. Ready?
Anything?
No.
Did he ever text you again that night?
He never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I was just
I had no
asking.
reason to.
Take a step
So-
back.
When you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in
Don't
the
you
house?
have a timeline to
up
help you
until
with that?
1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And
You
after
have a
Mr. Higgins left,
timeline,
do you know who left?
Jennifer. Jennifer, you have a timeline. Jennifer. You made a timeline because John's mom, Mrs. O'Keefe, told you to make a timeline, allegedly, you and Carrie Roberts, to make a timeline. In fact, the timeline was written down by your sister, Denise, who may or may not be in the courtroom. I don't know. Somebody said she was. Somebody said that's not her sister, Denise. It's a different sister. I don't really know. You can't even get the timeline right, even though you made one, because now your whole timeline has to change. Stick to the script. Higgins left first. Caitlin.
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left, but Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't
She made a timeline.
say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left
Jenny, don't lose that number. Jenny. You got one job. Your job was the timeline. And now you know nothing about nothing. You've had nothing to do but practice this story for the past year until this new re-persecution started. You had one job. It was a timeline, and you got nothing. Now you remember nothing. Wow. Just wow.
After midnight?
Yes.
Hold on, sorry.
While I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
When you were texting,
She knows the feds are watching.
Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We
The man was beat to
basically
death.
just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
Or grave concerns?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Tell us about the bread and
Had
the
you
peanut
planned
butter.
on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
But
okay.
at some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
Oh, yeah, you ran to your car. Is that why you didn't see the body on the lawn? And also, now doesn't it make more sense to you when I was saying yesterday that I thought the view of the house was too early because after this testimony, you could see how small the lawn was. You came right out the front door and you didn't see a body on the lawn. The wind was picking up. It was snowing. Would have been obvious. I'm sure they have lighting. It was too early for the jury view. Her tongue is sticking out of her mouth if you're not looking at your screen. She didn't see the body. She ran. Yeah, she didn't slip. What kind of shoes were you wearing? Black Magic Woman. I think that's on there.
What part of the car did you get into?
I front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and
There's the
I
peanut
was
butter story.
I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
You
And they
threw
were
her a
making
peanut butter
fun of you?
sandwich.
Yeah,
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that mean
She looked
anything?
over her left
Yes.
shoulder.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
Turning to her left
After
with her back to the body on the lawn, which is why she didn't see the body on the lawn. Are you picking up what she's trying to lay down here? Are you picking it up? Demonstrating to the jury how her back was to the passenger side window. So the body would have been behind her, and she's distracting the two girls in the back seat so they wouldn't have seen the body either because they were teasing her about the peanut butter and the bread. Let's take that back a little bit. I mean, I remember this. If there's something that you think that's different, let me know. I do remember this from the first trial. The part about scrunching up into a hunchback while she's running out the front door, not looking at anything because she's probably shielding her eyes from the wind. They were teasing me. Wait, let's go to the teasing me part. Here we go.
the other two people.
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young
We
women
know.
were in the back seat?
Yes.
Julie was behind Matt.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I
Maybe
had
peanut
had
butter.
my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
They were making fun of you?
I'm talking
Really?
to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
You barely knew them. You just said you barely knew Julie Nagel, even though you let her babysit your dogs. How many of you would let a stranger babysit your dogs? These people refer to their dog as it. So, wait until you see Nicole Albert refer to her dog Chloe as it. They were teasing you, but you barely knew them. Okay. Yeah, we're buying it. Julie Nagel also testified that she was completely hammered. Julie Nagel was. She was sitting behind Matt. She was hammered, and she's the one who saw the blob on the lawn. Even though Jen McCabe has now testified that she's like in between them, sticking her head back in between the seat, right? Also, maybe blocking Julie Nagel's view. That's a great point I just made. Thank you. I'm here to help.
So they were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
With her hands. She's talking with her hands.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house,
Mhm.
you would be driving from right to left.
Yes.
So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel
Funny,
home.
Ms.
After
McCabe.
you drop off Miss Nagle, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then
has a
joins me
snack.
upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
Did Matt make a snack last time
Go to
too?
bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
Sports.
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
Did you see
And what were
Caitlin
the
leave with
searches
Chloe?
for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
Who is she texting at 2 a.m.? Didn't she say last time that Matt had to go back in the house because he forgot his jacket or something? Last time she said her daughter got a team invite. Yep. That she was being offered to a spot on a new team, and that's why she was Googling the team. Hold on. I don't want to help them too much, so I don't want to say too much because everyone's watching, and I don't want to help them. So I'm going to try and keep my mouth shut. I'm going to turn this back a little bit. You guys can point out the discrepancies in the chat because I got to turn on the fan because it is getting hot in here. Also notice how everything she's testifying to is in the present tense. We go up to the house. I go up to bed. When I'm telling her story, I'm like, yeah, I went home. I went upstairs. I went to bed. She says, we go up. We go. You know who's going to have a field day with this? I'm sure he has already. Sergio Denaro from Truth Revealed. I'll stop yet. I'll stop right now. I'll be right back.
Spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed.
I go up to
Matt
bed.
makes himself a snack and then
Makes himself a
joins
snack.
me upstairs.
Not made.
Do you
Then
have a
joins me
telephone?
upstairs.
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID.
Stop.
My phone rings.
He said Discord. He said Discord. Does he know about the family Discord? There's been a lot of talk about this family Discord group that all these people had together with some not so confidential informants and others. Does Hank know about the family Discord? Inquiring minds.
I
Okay.
look at the phone. I've gotten up. I typically get up to go to the
They've got her Apple Health data from it throughout the night, and it shows her pacing and shows her walking around, and he's trying to get ahead of it. And she says, I didn't do anything, but I typically get up to go to the bathroom at some point. But, everything was peaceful. Did you go to sleep? Yeah, she did go to sleep, maybe for like an hour. We'll see. Gonna go back to it. Here we go.
phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
There it is, the Discord.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello.
53.
And she said, well, basically she relayed to me that
Hearsay.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home.
All right. Well, Suze, I'm going to point out this one. The first trial said Jen, 3 times because 3 times, 3 is the magic number. But this time she only said it twice. So were you lying then or are you lying now, Ms. McCabe? Let's take that back because the performance is too good to not watch it twice. How can you tell someone's demeanor over a phone call? To me, you need to see someone's face to be able to gauge their demeanor, but that's just me. Here we go. I want to play it without the captions so you can get the full effect.
You spoke to her.
Might trigger you.
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
No, he was thinking, holy crap, did somebody find John? shot up out of bed.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
Yeah, it's not your niece, it's
I
John's
would
niece.
say Kaylee sound concerned, uneasy.
She lost a Jen.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up.
She just brought her medical condition an issue. What kind of medication were you on, Ms. McCabe? I know that one time when I was in the hospital during one of my many childbirths, they gave me Ambien and I was like hallucinating. What kind of, and I never took it again. What kind of medication were you on, Ms. McCabe? Take it back. I'm only going to say helpful comments that'll help them, help the defense.
You were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been
Mental
up late.
state.
I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help?
Mom mode.
So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew
She
Chris
had a plan.
Albert
Oh boy,
had
did she have a plan. You saw her car outside 34 Fairview. You just told us the whole story about how you saw her car move up and then move up and then move up, and you were texting with John, and then you called him a whole bunch of times. You never went out to see why they didn't come in, because why would I? And she tells you that she last saw him at the waterfall and you don't remember. She's got to have a story for why she calls Julie Albert right about now. Because Julie Albert testified that she found out John was dead when Jen called her before 5 a.m. Okay? She's got to have a story for it. Jen's not stupid. If there's one thing about Jen McCabe, she's not stupid. She's like sly as a fox. She is not stupid. She knew that Karen did not leave John at the waterfall. There was no reason to call Julie unless she was telling her something else, but she needs a story for why she called Julie. So listen, she just said, oh, I was groggy. Now she was on medication. We didn't hear that the first trial. And now she turns into a helper. Now she's trying to help Karen. See, she's trying to help her. I went into that kind of mom mode because Matt McCabe is going to say how great Jen is in a crisis. Again, she said she's groggy at least twice, maybe 3 times, or maybe I just rewound it. Or maybe she's hungover. 3 is the magic number for liars.
I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical.
Wanted to help her.
Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I
Mom
immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Help you.
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never
Colin's
answered.
mother.
After you had a moment
Julie.
to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen
Last time she said, oh my gosh. This time it's, oh my God. She's wearing a crucifix around her neck. For those of you who can't see it, it's giant. You may not be looking at your screen or driving, and in that case, don't look right now. It's enormous. I can't tell you how many inches it is, but it's big. God's not going to save you now. Let's hear that again. Matt had to remind her that they saw Karen's car outside because Matt saw it too. She needs a reason for calling Julie Albert before 5 a.m. Colin's mother. And here's why.
Julie. Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment
She left
to
a message,
make a
though.
phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity.
She didn't have her number in her phone, but she tried to tell everyone at the beginning how great of friends they were. And in fact, the Saturday before, Karen told her that she was on a new medication that was causing some horrible, awful side effects. But she didn't have Karen's number. How good of friends were they really?
Had it changed at all?
Not at all.
Was it any different or was it similar to anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
To you, did I hit him? Could have.
Stop. Joy Catcher, are they going to say Karen made it worse for John's niece? Yes, that's exactly what they are saying in their civil wrongful death lawsuit. The cause of action on behalf of Kaylee, the niece, is intentional infliction of emotional distress because Karen, because of her mood that morning and the things that she said, caused Kaylee extreme emotional distress. The nephew was not home that morning, so he is not a plaintiff in the wrongful death case. But Kaylee is, and yes, that's exactly what they're saying. Good catch, Joy Catcher. Taking it back to his last question.
Hard to follow or understand.
Hard to follow and understand. She's a crazy person.
Did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that
While she was on the phone.
She told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Yeah.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her tail light the night before, did that have any?
Here's what they're trying to change now. Karen didn't crack her taillight until after these phone conversations when she was leaving her house to go to Jen McCabe's house. That's when she backed into John's car in the driveway, right? But now they want to eliminate that possibility by having Jen McCabe testify that she heard Karen told her that on the phone. The chat has frozen again on StreamYard. Is it a YouTube thing? Have we broken the internet? I think we have broken the internet. When the internet starts up again and Jen McCabe is trending on Twitter, I'm sure she needs to change her story to say Karen told her she cracked her taillight the night before Karen hit John's car in the driveway. And I can't see any of your reactions right now because my chat is frozen because we've broken the internet. It is 3:58 p.m. on the East Coast and YouTube is broken. I'm going to take that back as just a scooch. We're not too far behind. Brennan is guiding her along the path to hell.
Or said to you, I mean, to your
Response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to
Started
your
moving again.
sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you
Didn't pay attention
that
to
she
it.
had cracked her tail light the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
She's a helper.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't
never
know
came
where
in
he
the
is.
house.
So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who
Oh.
John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well,
She's got to have a reason for calling Tom Beatty. She's got to have a reason. She didn't bring this out last time either. Right? Or did she? I may be mistaken because she called another guy named Tom Beatty. Okay, hold on. Listen to what her story is this time.
Conversation ended or did it progress?
at some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he?
Your sister's house?
Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Hold on.
Did you call
Stop.
him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak?
Maybe he got out of the car. Maybe he got out of the car. She's never said that before. Maybe he got out of the car. Wow. Right? because on the 911 call that we listened to, she says, how long has he been out there? Well, he got out of the car and maybe a couple of hours. Maybe he got out of the car, she said. Maybe they had a fight. She had to bring the fight up too, because the fight is the big reason for the jealousy and the killing, the murder.
Well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
Over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Tom
Did
is
you
on the
text
defense
anybody?
list. Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted.
Yeah, because you deleted them all.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
How does she know Tom was at a party at the next street over? Yeah, I wanted to know that too. Thank you, Melissa.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
We did something.
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch.
He told
I'm not
Matt,
sure
let's
if
go to
Karen
Tom
called
Beatty's.
me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
You've memorized your
And so
extraction.
that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Is she afraid the feds have a
Karen
new
showed up at
extraction
my-
of her phone, and so she's being very careful to say she doesn't remember anything because of all the stuff she deleted? This is interesting. I don't remember her ever telling Matt, let's go to Tom Beatty's.
Called me again or not. Over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me.
Carrie knew where you lived. Carrie knew where you lived. Did Karen know where you lived? How did Karen know where you lived? How did Karen get to your house? Because originally the story was I told Karen to come over, right? But Carrie knows where you lived because she said she's already testified that she'd picked up John's niece there before.
Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok, and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No,
Were you friends at that point?
no.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it.
Met her once.
I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
And why don't you take us back now to when you first hear the defendant
What about
in your
now?
driveway yelling? When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming
Only 2
that
times.
3 times. And then she was
3 times.
saying, we have to go to Fairview.
This is going to be delicious. So this time she says Jen, but only 2 times instead of 3. But she says she said it 3, but she didn't want to imitate 3 times because it makes her look like too much of a witch. Matt said she was yelling so loud she wanted her. She thought he thought Karen was going to wake up the whole neighborhood, and he was getting mad because he didn't want her waking up the whole neighborhood. Yeah, who's lying now? Buckle up, kids.
When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
Ready? Hit me. Hit me. I'm ready.
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
We have to go to Fairview.
She was on repeat.
She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband.
Why did you tell her then we have to go back to One Meadows? She's saying we have to go to Fairview. She's frantic. She can't find him. You know that's where she saw him last because you saw her there with him. And you decide it's better to go back to John's house that she just left? Explain that one, witchy woman.
Came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw.
Oh, let's bring up the taillight
defendant at
again. Who said? He yelled down saying something like, oh, now Matt is yelling down saying, you can't be driving around with a broken taillight. Oh, great. Because Matt overheard that on the phone too, that Karen was telling you that the taillight was broken. Somebody please tell me. Thank you, Marianne, for not spoiling whatever I'm going to hear next. That is going to make my head pop off and roll down the street. Now Matt's going to come in and testify that he overheard Karen talking about her broken taillight on the phone because she was so loud. Okay. No, he didn't say that in the first trial. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay. Matt yelled down the street, you can't be driving around with a broken taillight. And yet Matt is such a great guy that he lets these women go out in this blizzard alone. Keep that in mind too. Okay. Matt was like, tell her to shut up. He's running down the hall.
And was like,
What did you do?
my husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
Wow.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was.
Yes, Bob Weir. Yes,
like
Bob Weir.
5:30.
Matt knew she had a broken taillight because now he's going to come in and testify that she was yelling so loud on the phone that he overheard it because he shot up out of bed and he heard Karen say, I broke my taillight. Yes, at 5:30 a.m. Yep. Wow. I mean, you couldn't really script this in Hollywood because you'd be laughed out of any office. I mean, like, this is too unbelievable. Nobody would ever believe this. We would never pitch this pilot ever to anyone ever. But yeah, no, that's what they want you to believe now.
In the morning,
What was the visibility like?
not good.
My
After you
lipstick is
meet the
here.
defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we walked
She
down,
grabbed her
we
coffee.
went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
How far behind your car was that car?
Not
Welcome
far,
to the Jen
'cause
McCabe show.
Not too far.
Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes,
How did you learn who was in the car?
because I said, "Who is that?" And-
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open
Okay. Lost in the Michigas says, oh my God, she's dressed exactly like Allie was in trial 1, and you are on point. Wow. That is bizarre. You're right. Back to the taillight.
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there.
Why couldn't you just leave a car at your house, Ms. McCabe? Now she's making Kerry seem like the biatch, which really we might have underestimated Kerry during the first trial. They didn't even cross her during the first trial, but Kerry's the one yelling at her. No, we're not driving around in this weather. We're not driving around in this weather. So let's go all the way back to One Meadows and drop off your car. Explain to me how that makes sense when she just left there, and you're pretty sure she probably looked around for John, right? And also Kaylee was home, so why not call Kaylee, tell her to check under the bed? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. They were already at Jen McCabe's house, so why not just leave one car there, right? No, make it make sense. You can't. You know why? Because Karen Reed was framed. And because these were not her friends. And because she was an outsider.
There. That was kind of, and let's go weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was
Shut
taking
up.
charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No,
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Kerry's kind of a take charge person. Remember in the first trial, she said Kerry's a talker. She's telling them everything. Now Carrie's a take charge person. Carrie's the bitch. Sorry if your kids are in the room. Earmuffs, girls, boys, kids, don't say that word. And Melly just said a bad word. Don't say it. Don't repeat it. Sorry. It just came out. Truth is a complete defense to slander.
So were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting,
Yes, correct.
and you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times with the kids.
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was.
The driving conditions were awful. Just hear me out. The driving conditions were awful. It was a white knuckled drive. Carrie Roberts said she was white knuckled during one of the drives to, pick up the O'Keefes or something. And both Matt McCabe and Kurt Roberts let their wives go out in this weather and drive around to try and find John O'Keefe. Matt couldn't say, okay, you know what? Let me drive. I'll go with you. No, they couldn't.
It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times.
3 times
and
again?
She just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Hold
Do
on.
you
What did she
remember
say
what
3 times this time? 3 is the magic number
Our house to John's house.
for demeanor.
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times.
Everything she said, she said
and
3
she
times.
just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Everything
Do you remember
she
what she
said,
was yelling about?
she said it 3 times.
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows,
Beetlejuice.
John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house,
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
She took off her shoes.
Yes.
Here they
Why
go with the
did you do that?
shoes.
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
You thought it was strange? She's
was the
freaking out. She thinks her boyfriend's dead. She doesn't know where he is. He would never leave her kids home alone. And you thought it was strange that she didn't take her shoes off. Right. So she must be guilty because it shows consciousness of guilt because she knew in your mind, Karen knew that she killed John and that he was never coming home. So it didn't matter if she took off her damn shoes or not. Wow. You bitches are really sticking to the script, aren't you? You can't get a whole bunch of things right, but you and Carrie sure got your story about her not taking her shoes off being weird straight, right?
No in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
Strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
I think it was more
Anything
strange
else
that you stopped
on
to
mind
take your
when you went
shoes
into
off.
his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
Are you the reason that
What did you
Kaylee
do
went to
when you went in the
Canton
house?
High
Where
instead
did
of Bishop Fien? Are you the reason? John was so proud that she got into Bishop Fien. They were out celebrating that night, him and Kurt, celebrating that their daughters were going to go to high school together at a very reputable and amazing, prestigious high school, Bishop Fien. Are you the reason that she stayed at that she went to Canton High? She looks a lot like Allie in this frozen shot right here. Here's something else I pointed out in the past. If John O'Keefe didn't like people wearing shoes in his house, when he went into side 34 Fairview, he would have taken off his shoes. He would have taken off his shoes, which explains why when he was redressed, maybe as a theory, they couldn't find one of his shoes. And that's why Canton PD, despite their incompetence, did not find his sneaker that morning. Because whoever dragged him out there couldn't find it either. He would have taken his shoes off when he went in the house out of courtesy if he maintained a shoeless house of his own. And something else that is very strange to me is that his socks, despite the fact that during his hospital photos and autopsy photos, we see him in socks. They're upside down. We know he was maybe OCD now with regard to his house being clean, at least. He wouldn't have put his socks on upside down or backwards, would he have? Or inside out? No, probably not. But, however, the socks I don't think ever made it into evidence. Had he taken off his shoes inside the foyer, which Nicole is going to tell you she liked to clean all the time, and people came in the front door because there was a bench there where they could take off their shoes. And she was cleaning all the time. So she would have wanted people to take off their shoes, right? And he would have done it anyway, just because, snow, wet, stuff and all. He would have had dog hair on his socks. That's all I'm going to say about that. Here we go.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Just peeking and
Did
not
you
really
ever see
looking very
John?
hard, are you? Because
No,
you know where he is, right?
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on.
If somebody can tell me where the socks are in evidence, I've never heard that before. I don't even know if we have a list of property lists from the hospital or from anywhere. But I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong. Did they test the socks for dog hair? I don't know.
On Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Oh, here's
Was
an
she
idea. Why don't you
screaming?
bolster up her
No.
intentional infliction of emotional distress civil suit that she's got pending? Because you're going to be a witness there too, and you're going to have to give a deposition. So, try and bolster it now.
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told
She'll allow
Kaylee
it?
that I was going to go out
It's
with
hearsay.
them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
You were going to go out and find John. Mm-hmm. She testified that before to that
At some
before. I
point, you
believe.
left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left
She was terrified, but
John's
y'all
house
left
that
her
morning,
there,
did the
right?
defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway,
Yeah. And you know why she can say this now? Now she can say with certainty it was when they were leaving because somebody disappeared that ring video and it doesn't exist anymore, Proctor.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Sure.
Did you
Sure,
or Ms.
Jan.
Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Sure, Jen. Somebody needs to
Yes,
make
we
a new
walked
meme.
over and the taillight
Sure, Jen.
was missing pieces.
Yeah, of course it was.
Did Ms. Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Ms. Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that
She was frustrated with Karen and said, no, that's hearsay.
you know, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going
not
to
ask
get.
you what Kerry,
Kerry
Sorry.
was thinking. Yeah, let's
don't
talk
wanna
about what Kerry was
think what
thinking now.
somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mhm.
Can we get a leash
Okay.
for all this leading? Says Brittany. Well done, girl. Well done.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Ms. Roberts, did you see Ms. Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time,
We know that Kerry testified about that at the last trial and this trial, but did Jennifer McCabe ever testify that Kerry pointed out to her where the thing was sticking out and someone may have cut? I don't remember her saying that Kerry pointed it out to her, but let's keep going because they keep making up the story. I'm sorry. If you're ahead, please don't spoil anything for the people who are here.
when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that
Leading.
in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was
You know for a
definitely in the car.
fact.
Was one of the times.
A
Yes.
fact.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Kerry's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Kerry said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got into the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Kerry was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
The mood.
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry
She's a
was
crazy
trying
person.
to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him?
You know what else
Over
there are
and-
3 of? The witches in Macbeth. Lady Macbeth is here, and we've already picked out 2 of the 3 witches. Who's going to be the 3rd? We're going to have to wait for more testimony for that.
over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
Kerry was telling her to shut up.
I don't believe
She's
so.
beyond.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but
I guess, John. Why would
I
it
didn't
sound
know where the hell
crazy?
he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to
How
Fairview?
long?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
10 minutes.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get,
Well, Jen McCabe just told you it's 10 minutes from from Meadows to Fairview. So that means Karen Reed left even earlier than we thought to connect to the Wi-Fi by 12:36. She had to, by 12:30, she had to leave by like 12:26, right? Latest. Thanks, Jen.
there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
What?
And then what happens?
In the car, she asked if John was cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom. Do you believe that? I don't. These people were not her friends.
Didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said,
Bella's mom has got
do you think he
going
could have
on.
walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as
Wow.
you
Did they
approach that
gaslight
area
her
before
or
you
what?
get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is?
How long was she yelling?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said like, she's batshit crazy.
Oh.
Then what happens?
Really?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
You weren't the only one frozen. You weren't the only one frozen. Judge Huffsalot, who now has CABE as his or her profile pic, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, absolutely is on the playlist. And that's exactly when I put it on the playlist, was last year at this time during her testimony. Yes, it is. I just couldn't believe she's going to pull out the cry stick from her pocket, dab it under her eyes.
That was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
There's a man passed out in the
Tell
snow.
us what you're seeing.
What do I see?
There's a man unresponsive.
I
Come
see
quick.
Carrie
There's a guy unresponsive. Sorry.
just wiping the snow off.
won't believe you,
Karen
Jen.
had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And
Carrie's a take charge person.
I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
You didn't know that's
What
where
did
they were going
John
to put
look
him?
like when you saw him?
Maybe.
I couldn't see much but his face because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him. But
Oh, she turned off the tears quickly.
like
I
just
know we're
him, but
behind,
just,
and
like,
I'm sure
frozen.
that I heard that whatever happens is going to be fire, but I just have to hear this again. The way she turns off those tears. No spoilers, please, 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 please. On and off like a faucet. Kiki, yes, Kiki, you're right. Thank you, 18 Wheels of Outrage, for gifting another 5 memberships. You're awesome.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him. But he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
Looked like him, but just frozen. There was no frostbite,
What
though.
did you do?
At
He
first,
didn't have frostbite.
I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Right, because you Googled how long to die in cold at
Did you call
227, so you knew how
911?
long it would take.
Yeah, I started to call 911 and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
You didn't run inside the house to get your brother-in-law, Brian, who's a first responder, for help, though, did you? You didn't run in the house, make sure nobody else was dead in the house, though, did you? Even though he works for the TED Fugitive Task Squad unit. They're all screaming bloody murder outside, and Brian doesn't wake up, and neither does Nicole. But now she's got to place herself outside the car for this phone call, and that's what she's doing.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John. And at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions.
Oh.
So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
I don't think she testified about compressions
When you
last
started
time.
doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt?
Is her DNA on John's body?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just
Funny?
wasn't like,
Felt very funny. Is something
normal.
funny, Ms. McCabe?
I don't,
It felt very funny, his skin? Hold on.
temperature wise.
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
Funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
Something funny,
I
Ms.
don't-
McCabe?
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How many times have you done chest
How
compressions
long
before
did you
this?
try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
There's something else that happens, so we're going to stay right here. She's done for the day.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCCA motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion and I told you that I would hear you on argument and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes,
Okay,
if you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure.
All right, cool.
All
We
right,
get to F
5
through the break.
minutes.
Karen's and the ladies. Hold on. Here we go. Motion on ARCCA is going to be heard very quickly. She said, you're only going to get 10 minutes, Mr. Brennan. No spoilers.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally,
I'll cry
for
about
no
it.
apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts.
Yeah, they were colluding
It is
against you.
difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rensselaer, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rensselaer said would not use Signal, never use Signal.
You're the jackass that tried to get communications between attorney and client. Any attorney now who doesn't use Signal would be a fool. Kind of like you. Check out the name tag in your upper right-hand corner.
But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rensselaer, who was quite candid.
Rensselaer?
An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rensselaer told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire.
That's because you burned up the whole entire day and the judge only gave you 5 minutes with Rensselaer. This guy just gets up there and lies like it's his job. And I guess really it is at $2.50 an hour.
Examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony in this
By the
case,
feds.
unknown to the Commonwealth,
By the feds.
unknown to the court, information,
By the
particular
feds.
information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no
Take
idea
it up
who
with
is
the FBI.
deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice at least is violating the order, helping the witnesses along.
Go after the feds.
And
Hank.
then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an
Clips?
exhibit?
I do.
Clips of what?
This was an exhibit from yesterday.
Oh, he provided some clips.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so
It was nefarious.
from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Atty. Alessi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed.
It's not fair to the
That those
Commonwealth.
early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials,
Too bad.
vet
So
whether
sad.
it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past
You
experience,
didn't turn over a
and probably
report
other
until a week
experience, we
ago,
know from this
practically.
case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never at this point receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
Oh, so he wants everything
right,
excluded
thank
for
you.
ARCCA. That's his argument.
Mr. Alessi, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the
He knows.
matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile
She's
that?
shaking again. She's shaking like a leaf.
Go to the podium.
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Alessi, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling?
Oh,
Okay.
what?
So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set
Ambush?
upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So
Hold the phone.
I'm going to allow the ARCCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to
Robust.
allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have.
Hanky
But
just got a
that's where we
spanky.
stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
Lady McBev coming through, coming through. Praise Kier, everyone. Praise Kier. Under her eye, doing the right thing for a change. Wow. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I mean, talk about an ending. Talk about a happy ending. No, don't go off on that in the chat. Wow, just wow. There is a God. There is a God. You're going to win this one, Mr. Alessi. You're going to win this one. So, you know, you don't need to say too much. I'm going to give you one sentence And that is it. And boy, did he come in with the fire, huh? I'm glitching, kind of like the matrix that we're in right now because YouTube and the internet is broken because of Jennifer McCabe's testimony and the fact that Judge Kim John Canoni has finally thrown the defense a bone. I mean, wow. Just wow. I'm going to remodulate my volume to automatic, so you may need to modulate yours. I'll do my best ASMR voice. Somebody watching? I see you said Celebrite disabled Twitter after Ian. Is that I mean, I don't play on Twitter, but I'll take your word for it. Chiricity Carey even said not anymore when asked if they wear shoes there today. Yeah, she's like, not anymore, because apparently John's mom is living there now and people are allowed to wear shoes. No, she said, do people take off their shoes? Carrie said, not anymore. Yeah, that means his family doesn't respect his wishes. I think that's what it means. Yep. DK, I think Bev heard yesterday the feds are watching. That's what it sounds like. BC, so Auntie Bev made Karen waste the money for a voir dire. No, I mean, she had to do it. She had to preserve the record. I mean, she had to preserve the record because Hanky was going to scream. He was going to scream and yell and stomp his feet. 2 words, hot air, says Anne. Z. McCarthy, voir dire was like a cross-examination and offensive, even if OJP, yet Bev will allow vigorous cross regarding bias, but not allow truth regarding the DOJ. Hiring them, how fair? I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about anything that just happened. So listen, they're going to be able to testify about everything, including the new testing that they've done. They're going to turn the report over by May 7th. And never seen Alessi sit so fast, says D. On top, she knew Alessi had her before the trial even started. Yeah, that ABA model rule does not apply to communications between experts and attorneys. It applies to things, it is designed to protect the client's right to a full copy of her file. New song, Happy, Pharrell. Thank you. Ruling from the bench makes my arse twitch. Is tuning in from Canada. It says it's the first time Jen actually had a furrowed brow. A furrowed brow. Also, that reminds me of Nuttall's testimony. He called those dog attack marks furrows during the first trial. Do you remember? First time Jen actually had a furrowed brow in her testimony, trying to show sadness, but she lost it as soon as another question was asked. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. D says, I think it was a prerequisite in the job description. Must be willing to pursue bogus charges. Yeah, must be willing to stretch the truth and sometimes lie. I mean, that was a great ending to the day. And we still have Jen McCabe's cross to look forward to tomorrow, and also a whole bunch of other questions in my email. So let's take a look. Paula says, thank you on Venmo, just says, didn't see John's shoes. Oh, the first part of that is when Carrie and Jen see John's shoes there while struggling to take off their boots for 2 minutes. Wasn't that a clue John wasn't home? After all, he would never wear shoes in the house. Yeah, but who knows how many pairs of shoes he had? He might have had a lot of pairs of shoes, right? When they didn't see it. Yeah. So, he may have had more than one pair of shoes. So yes, but thank you so much, Paula, for your Venmo. Colleen says it's 4:30 p.m. my time, and I just started watching Jen McCabe. Hypothesizes perhaps she's under some medication. I don't know. But she did say that morning when she woke up, she was medicated. And that's why she called Julie Albert, because when Karen said to her, allegedly, I dropped John off at the waterfall, Jen McCabe testified, I think 3 times she said the word groggy, because everything is in threes now. You'll notice. Thank you, Jonas, for your Venmo. I appreciate you so. That was the reason she called Julie Albert Colin's mother at 4:53 in the morning. And Julie Albert said in her police report, at least during her interview with whoever interviewed her, maybe Michael Proctor, maybe someone else, she got a call from Jennifer McCabe around 4:55 a.m., I think. And that's how she found out that John died. I guess Jen McCabe left a voicemail for Julie Albert because Julie Albert, or whoever testified today, I think Whiffen. No, wait, we didn't get to it yet. Jen McCabe said Julie Albert did not answer the phone. Thank you, Holly, so much for your Venmo and for just appreciating me, because I appreciate you appreciating me. Kathleen says you're unbelievable explaining with this case. Well, Kathleen, I've never lived a case the way I've lived this one and gone into detail for so long It's so many hundreds of hours, it feels like. Megan says, I know you're a channel based on facts and not speculation, but based on the evidence you've seen, which is much more comprehensive than my own, what is your opinion as to the series of events? I don't know what happened, Megan. I don't know what happened, but what I do know is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And what I do know is that Karen Reed left the scene before something happened to John O'Keefe. That's what I do know. And that's not speculation. It is my opinion that John O'Keefe did not get hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And you don't have to believe me, the ARCCA witnesses. Megan says also, I can't figure out a way nothing nefarious went on here. Well, something happened. Something happened. I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if it was an accident. But it was not a car accident. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. He just wasn't. He just wasn't. So I don't pretend to know that I know exactly what happened, but everything that happened after Karen left that house is suspicious, right? Is that glares like who does the thing where don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious? And it's like those people in the graveyard, like going around like this, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. Everything that happened after Karen Reed left 34 Fairview that night is completely suspicious. It just is. Thank you, Dee. I appreciate your input and your loyalty and viewership. And Kim says, could they have thrown in Jen doing CPR because Jen's DNA is all over John's clothes? That's what I was thinking. Thank you. Thank you, great minds. Thank you for all you do. No, you're amazing. No, you're amazing. No, you are. If you guys are running off and you're not going to listen to the rest of the questions, please smash the like button on your way out. And I promise you, Canton PD will not get, they will absolutely not get your DNA. I can promise you that. He's the smallest man who ever lived, says JB for the playlist. And you know I love Taylor Swift. So I will allow that, JB. Thank you. Hannah says, Melanie, what are your thoughts on the judge's language toward defense counsel? I'm surprised she seemed emotional in her ruling. Emotional, nervous, starting to get it that people are watching. I don't know. I'm not saying the judge is doing anything nefarious or she suddenly developed a sense of fairness, but it was more like a scolding. She knows that if she hamstrings Karen's defense, it's going to be reversed on appeal. She knows if she precludes ARCCA, she could potentially be looking at an emergency appeal. And there's nothing she wants more than to get to her beach house for the summer. Okay? Apparently she got a cottage on the Cape. Matt, for those of you who are new to this case, you might not know this, but Matt McCabe's brother, Sean, was corresponding with Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, before the first trial. And he didn't even start covering the case until like April of 2023, which was over a year later. Sean McCabe was, I don't know, texting, Facebook messengering. I guess it wasn't Signal because there's receipts. Sean McCabe said to, Aiden said to Sean something like, so you guys have a direct line to the judge or something like that. And this is the lore behind Auntie Bev's nickname. Sean McCabe responded to him something such as like, who? You mean Auntie Bev? Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your corpse under? Dun, dun, dun. So that was pointed out in the motion for the judge to recuse herself, that perhaps they share the same walkway to the beach. I don't know, on Dune Road in the Hamptons, many people who live on the bay side of Dune Road, if you know, you know, have to cross the street to go to the ocean side, and they have a little pathway to the beach. There's no parking there. You can't go there unless you live there. And it's a private beach access. And maybe, just maybe, I don't know if it's true or not, the McCabe family home on the Cape is near the Canoni home on the Cape. And during that same motion hearing, when they were asking the judge to recuse herself, there's a Venmo transaction. It was blown up onto a big science fair board between Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel, her brother. You'll see them later if you don't know who they are. And it says, for Frank and Beverly. Beverly is spelled Beverley. And the judge was offended and said, I have never rented out my beach house to anyone. And That's not how I spell my name. She didn't deny that her husband's name is Frank, though. She denied she denied that motion, didn't recuse herself. However, Hannah, that was a long-winded way of answering your question. She knows that if she denies ARCCA, she's looking at an emergency appeal. It's going to delay the trial while they wait. Might have to disband the jury, start all over again, depending on how long it takes to hear that appeal on the refusing to let expert witnesses in a trial, because, it's a thing that I think you could get an interlocutory appeal on, even in Massachusetts. She doesn't want that. She wants to get to the beach house. Come hell or high water, this case is going ahead. Whatever you need, Mr. Brennan, I'll give you time. I'm sorry your expert's on vacation, but too bad, so sad. It's coming in. All of it's coming in. Praise be. Under his eye. Under her eye. Blessed be the fruit. What a day. Charlie says, beware. She said a robust defense, meaning all holds barred for Brennan. Well, within reason, I would imagine, right? I mean, he can be as much of a dick as he wants. The jury's going to hate him if he does. What witnesses are the jury going to love more than Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf, whom we called crash daddies with love? Are there any two witnesses that the jury is going to enjoy more? Do you think Brennan is going to alienate the jury if he starts talking to them or questioning them the way he did when there was no jury in the room? Flying California tonight, wearing my free Karen Reed Melanie Little Cancun shirt. Thank you, technically, Hank is a weasel. I like your name. Bosco Gal says it's okay for Hank to say the metadata just doesn't exist and Sally Port videos were not important. But if the defense says the same about ARCCA, it is grave and major Rule 14 violations. Yeah, it is. Will she sanction the defense firm after the trial? That's a possibility. Make them pay a fine. But look, she's tried to do a lot of things. We thought she might pull the pro hoc vice status of Alan Jackson, but she didn't do that. She did not allow our friend Mark Betterow to come in. And that was an abomination, but she knows they're watching now, and she knows she's got to give Karen a robust defense. Cubert is here, says hi. Hi. Just popping in to clarify. 2 of Jen's 3 sisters and their husbands are sitting in the row behind the O'Keefes. Okay. I don't think it was Denise, though. Was it, Cubert? I'm not sure. Will the jury have photos of 34 Fairview during deliberations? I think there are photos in evidence. So whatever is in evidence is allowed to be brought back to the jury room. That is a great question. And Springer Love said, I always found it interesting that Jen McCabe never checked on her young daughters who were young teens. Not in testimony, nor in her phone records. Are there any records of calls or texts? Well, before she willingly turned over her phone, she testified during the first trial that she asked whoever she was turning her phone over to, like whether it was Proctor or someone else, if she would be allowed to delete any communications between her and her children. And they said, sure. And so maybe that's why, Springer Love. But it's a great point. Happy birthday to your mom. Billiard boss, dropping the CW balls one time. Happy birthday to your mom. She's 84. Today's your birthday. This is interesting. Canoni's baloney. It says Law and Order did a poll, or Law and Order did a poll, and 79% still think Haas Long search was done at 2:27 a.m. That's wild. You mean Law and Crime, not Law and Order. Law and Crime. And that is the most vicious chat of all. The most vicious. So if they say 79% of those people watching Law and Crime who don't know enough to come over here yet think 2:27 happened, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Amy says, my 80-year-old mom, Vici, and my dog, Vicky, and my 2 dogs, Ronan and Gypsy, have been bonding watching this farce with you. Hey, shout out, everybody. I don't know if it's Vici or Vicky. Thank you for the humor and helping us layman's to understand some of the stuff you rock. No, you rock, Amy. Amy, your mom, Ronan, and Gypsy. Hey. Gen X 1968 said, to Melanie for the greatest she is and how she keeps us all sane during this debacle, and $10 donated to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. That defense fund is pinned below. If anybody feels like they have an extra $5 to spare, costs a lot of money to keep flying these experts in, and now the floodgates are open and ARC is coming in all their full glory and all their full crash daddy glory with their cannon. They built a cannon and it was awesome. And, let's face it, Dr. Wolf's dimples are pretty awesome too. I saw one of you changed your name to Dr. Wolf's dimples, and I will allow it. Nick Indy said earlier, Whiffen wrote the program. He can make it say anything he wants. He doesn't want to be wrong, so he's got to make it fit the narrative. Yeah. Bella's mom pointed out there is no chain of custody for the phone. Yep, there isn't. And Kimberly pointed out this is okay, meaning Whiffen being able to do an in-court demonstration on the fly. Yet she wouldn't allow Jackson to do something last trial with distance in the court. Right, he wanted to measure out some distance, and she said no. The bias is biasing. This was funny. Georgia girl stuck in Cali. Oh, you're stuck in Cali. You're lucky to be in Cali. Says, happy Jen McCabe day to all those that celebrate. I see what you did there, and I like it. And this is sweet, too. Joanne said, Legal Vices introduced me to this case. He always called the ceiling fan, he always called the fan Ceiling Dion. R.I.P. Jeff. Yeah, I did not know Jeff. Did not ever have the pleasure of meeting him, but R.I.P. Jeff of Legal Vices. This has to stop, said, had his butt dial entered the chat yet? Love that you don't want to help the prosecution by speaking on this. People should follow your lead. Is Hank trying to stall until tomorrow? Well, Jen McCabe is still on direct, and we're coming back for Cross tomorrow, and it's going to be fire, and it's Alan Jackson. And that's going to be fantastic. Kelly said, I wonder what our boy Ian is getting paid to change his data. Bring back Alessi. Can't wait. This is interesting, too. Judge Huffsalot said, I had a wreck last November. My Apple Watch called 911. I did not have the GPS on, but it turns it on. Interesting. Bev's Hoff Day says, oops, I commented on LawTube, you graduate next week. What does that mean? You're graduating law school next week? Congratulations. Congratulations, girl. You got this. You got this. Josh said, didn't Carrie say that she picked up the phone when they rolled over John O'Keefe around 6:04? At 6:11, it was in her pocket when she was walking around with Karen and the PD. Why is Hank focused on 6:15? I'm going to have to go back, Josh. I put it up on the screen earlier so people could investigate that for you. Oh, Nicole Huban Accounting. Brennan made... Who's the witness that he made cry? He was a firefighter, EMT. His name is, there's only been like 5 witnesses or 6 witnesses so far. He was the last EMT to testify. She didn't have a choice. No, she didn't have a choice. You're right. But to grant that, Jason Becker, thank you, resisting arrest. Jason Becker, he made him cry at the very end. He was yelling at him, berating him, trying to make him say Karen Reed is an evil witch, and he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He even called her Karen, and that was really nice. Thank you, Natalie, for your 20. You're as cold as ice. Right, Josh. If Karen didn't remember even being to 34 Fairview, how would she somehow remember at 5 a.m. talking to Jen, telling her she cracked her taillight? Yeah. Nobody ever mentioned anything about a cracked taillight in any of all of the statements that they gave to the law enforcement in the days following this. But at trial, they all of a sudden came up with this story that Karen said on the phone to them, she cracked her taillight. Because Carrie Ann pointed out, Carrie Ann is also great on Twitter. She's got a lot of really good info. Matt McCabe did testify in trial 1 that he didn't want them driving around with the broken taillight, but not that he yelled it down the steps, just mentioned it to Jen. DK said, if you've ever done chest compressions to save somebody's life, you never forget how it feels. I'm guessing Jen McCabe didn't do chest compressions, or she would be able to describe it in detail. Thank you. I have my favorite says, my jaw dropped. Is Eye in the Sky by the Alan Parsons Project on the playlist? No, Brennan's nasal polyp, but thank you for that. Kate said Bev couldn't miss another chance to drool over Dr. Wolf. Well, she knew it was reversible error. She knew it would delay the trial. And yeah, maybe that too. Greg said Hanky better be careful on his robust cross not to open the door to their involvement with the FBI. Yeah. Yep. Because there he just argued in open court that these witnesses, the ARCCA witnesses, were getting information. They were getting information in violation of the sequestration order. They were getting it from the Okay. No, we're not going to help him anymore. I may delete the chat when we're done here. Courtney with a K. Melanie Bev's facial reactions during trial 1 caused the jury to dismiss the crash daddies. They thought they were distractions, very concerning. I don't know if it had to do with her facial reactions, Courtney. They also did not, from what I understand of Ronnie's interview and other jurors that spoke out, they did not know who hired ARCCA. And so they thought it was either Karen's car insurance company trying to prove an accident didn't happen or Turtle Boy. And that's why they disregarded it. How far do you have to be from Alexis to disconnect from their Bluetooth? I don't know, but Jennifer Cooter, there could be some people on Twitter or Reddit who may know. I don't know. That's a great question. I'm sure someone in the chat will tag you and tell you. It's at Jennifer Cooter, Cooter. Mary Buckley, thank you for tuning in from South Africa and for your super sticker. The cat's out of the bag. Coming in here with a hot 50 says, Melanie, I'm cat for the Ringham. You're a cat. You're the cat that was mentioned from the Boston Globe article who embarrassingly was quoted referring to a Brazilian wax. Well done, cat. Well done. Aiden Ryan, the reporter, asked me who I listened to the most and would recommend above all others. I said, Melanie Little. Oh my gosh, you recommended me to the Boston Globe. The cat's out of the bag. Well done on your name. I mean, you didn't need to pay me $50 to tell me that, but I will happily accept it. Thank you so very much for that. And look at us being in the Boston Globe together. You are not the cat, however, that met Dr. Wolf and brought him to the courtroom, because I believe that was Karen's friend, Kat, who lives in Florida, correct? So, and they said you were from somewhere else. So thanks. Thanks, girl. You're a sweetheart. Karina, not Kolakithis, excellent name, says today marks 1 year since the first trial. I know it's my daughter's birthday. Lonnie, happy birthday, Lonnie. And boom, what a day. Thanks everyone for the ride. Yeah, this has been a fun one, hasn't it? I mean, the most fun day is going to be when we hear the 2 magic words, not guilty. That is going to be the best day ever. Best day ever. And that's another Taylor Swift song. And we're not putting that on the playlist yet. We can't, because it will be the best day ever that day. And we're going to see it together, just like we're doing this together again. Jen McCabe slow blink says Jen went into mom mode to protect a drunk Colin Albert from losing his temper and striking Officer Don O'Keefe. Yeah. And if you don't know the lore why we call him Colin, it's because that is what Robert Cosgrove calls him, the special persecutor in the Aiden Carney matter. Aiden's going to be back in court again on Wednesday. I guess it's going to be conflicting with this, but we'll see if we can do both. I don't know if we can, but if we don't, we'll definitely do it on a delay. Cosgrove used to be a judge in Norfolk County. He's retired now. He's now the special persecutor, and he doesn't know that Colin's name is pronounced Colin, and he calls him Colin constantly, because I think Colin Powell spelled his name like Colin, but they call him Colin, so he's very confused. And there's no amount of telling him that's going to fix it. Don't be suspicious equals twins, Jean Ralphio and Mona Lisa, actors Jenny Slate and Ben Schwartz. Thank you. And what is it from? Is it from a TV show? Is it from a movie? Because I've seen the clip 100 times. I think it's on Glara's channel, but I just don't know what it's from. So thank you for telling me that. I have the character names now. Josh says, if Hank tries to go very hard on ARCCA, he'll probably end up opening the door to the FBI hiring them. Yep, you are right. KGMV says, no, that was BS. She knew she was letting it in because she had to, but wanted to scold the defense for the rules of professional conduct that don't apply. Yeah, exactly. All the things that you're saying and that I said, I agree with all of them. Split screens. The split screen shows AJ staring at Jen McCabe. Oh, that's fun, Gladys. I don't know what channel that's on, but I suggest you guys watch that later. I think it's Law and Crime that's got the split screen. Do that. And also read the chat in there, because their chat is insane. It's like dog eat dog over there. Full-throated testimony. They are better than I could be. I would want to get my last words in. Christy said, didn't the spelling of the name Beverly bust the jinx too? You know what was also misspelled, Christy, thank you for your super chat, is a lot of the witnesses' names on the police reports. They were misspelled intentionally, people think, to try and so that the witnesses wouldn't be found. Like Sarah Levinson, Sarah was spelled wrong. There were a lot of things that were spelled wrong. You guys can remind me, because my voice is really going. Suspicious Albert Rock says, why was Whiffen allowed to testify on hardware when he's a software guy. I don't know. Hardware when he's a software. He never touched the actual phone. I know. But it's in his report. And I think the reason that defense didn't object, like, okay, is because they saw the slice and dice job coming that Alessi did on him. And he did. He did do it. We watched it. It was a skewering. It was a barbecue. And it was awesome. Just like that cannon that the Crash Daddies built. It was awesome. Rosemary said, maybe I'm wrong, but did none of these three women stay in comfort? Poor Kaylee. Nope. They sure didn't. And you just heard Jen McCabe say that she was like terrified. Terrified. No, they didn't. They just left her there. I think she was, I don't know how old at the time, 13 maybe? Which is another reason Karen was very upset when he didn't come home, because he would never leave her home alone. I think, was it Kurt Mike Camerano, who said he came back and got her that morning? A friend came over and got her. And that's the reason why Mike Camerano, right? He went over and he got Kaylee, and I think he already had Patrick, right? Somebody had Patrick. Patrick goes out of sleepover. They've already doxed the children's names. It's terrible. I know. And they're going to call them to testify again because, let's re-traumatize them some more. Oh, it's from Parks and Rec. Thank you, my darling. One of my kids is watching. Some Parks and Rec. That's awesome. Rosemary. So yeah, that's the thing. They're going to drag these kids in to testify again. And, nothing like traumatizing them. So maybe the intentional infliction of emotional distress on behalf of Kaylee should be blamed on the people who are dragging her in to testify for a second time. That's why Karen was so upset when he didn't come home, because he would never not come home and leave her there alone. Because he was a really good dad, stepdad, guardian to them, Uncle JJ. Despite the fact that he didn't think so, because we read that in his text messages. Karen's like, you're great. You're doing great. You're doing great. Trying to, bolster him up. And he's like, it's really hard. It is really hard. Parenting is hard. Being a single parent is really hard. Being a single parent of two kids that are not yours biologically is really hard. And then you throw in a girlfriend who is also not biologically their parent with completely different parenting styles. That's how hard that was. And those text messages that they had during the course of the day on January 28th were nothing out of the ordinary for a situation like that. In my opinion, certainly not a motive for murder. And it doesn't matter because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Amy says, I feel like there were so many things new from Jen. Did that video show her doing CPR? No, I don't think so. I didn't think she did. I don't think the video showed it, no. Jay says, Judge Bev is basically saying, I'm not going to sustain any objections when Brennan robustly cross-examines. We'll see. We'll see about that. It's going to be a long time. It's been a long time. That song. We'll put that on the list. It's going to be a long time before ARCCA testifies. We're talking June at this point, late June. Jen cried 0 tears. Hashtag just saying. I told you about the cry stick. You can buy it on Amazon. Actors use it all the time. It's kind of like a crayon or a pencil. And, before you go on camera, when you have a crying scene, you dab it under your eyes and the tears will flow. I'm not saying she did that. I'm just giving you guys a tip and trick in case you ever need to cry, as an actor. Brian says, can attorneys fight fines by a judge? Typically, they just pay them. It's like, not really worth the fight. You get fined $1,000, $5,000. You just pay it. It goes to, in New York, it goes to the uninsured fund, the lawyer's uninsured fund for, clients who are screwed over by lawyers who don't have insurance or something like that. I don't know where the money goes. Massachusetts. Nobody knows where the money goes. Follow the money. A lot of you have sent me emails. Follow the money. Brianna says anxiety, Dochi for playlist. Thank you, Brianna. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Formerly, Darla Human says, who else thinks Hank pooped his pants with that ruling in? OMG from the bench of all places. He's so scared of ARCCA. Yeah, he's totally scared. Totally. Jessica, new playlist song, Yellow, Evil Woman. I think it's on. There. We've got Witchy Woman. I think Evil Woman's on there. Piney Woods is here. She's a recovering lawyer too. Hello, and thank you for all your stellar coverage. 1, I worry about how Bev is calling out defense counsel on the record based on lies of Hank. Defense needs to correct the record. 2, why add Jen as also doing CPR? Suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious, which I now know is from Parks and Rec. Because maybe her DNA is on there. Maybe her DNA is on there and she was afraid it would be found and it's never been tested. So we don't know. But down the road, as DNA technology advances and things are often found out from DNA from like 20, they just identified Peaches from Gilgo, where she was actually found in Hempstead Lake Park, but I haven't even had a chance to cover that yet. The testimony will be there. Let's just say. Do they monitor jurors' internet activity? Yes, they do. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they do. What are the chances they don't know the FBI hired ARCCA? Well, I don't know, but everyone knows there was a first trial pretty much. They're all from the county, Cheryl with an S. And if you don't know, because you weren't here for the first trial, one of the jurors on the first trial was excused right before closing arguments. Because Trooper Fanning heard from a guy who heard from a guy who heard from a guy that this juror allegedly was on camera at the American Legion Hall a month before talking about the fact that she was a juror. I Spy. Were they being spied on, followed? She was clearly a pro-Karen Reed juror, according to every reporter that reported on the first trial. When Proctor read her text messages, she was in shock and horror. Her facial expressions were obvious. And she got kicked off the jury based on some hearsay. There was never even a hearing. So I think monitoring the jurors' internet activity is the least of what's going on in Norfolk County, but that's just me. Oh, and somebody actually the other day was saying, do you think that those sirens outside are a sign of support or the other way around? And I said, I don't think it's really anything. I just think the fire station is nearby. Well, somebody reached out to me and said that somebody I know is with Dedham Fire Department, and they are 100% free Karen Reed. So there's your answer, maybe. Dedham Fire Department is apparently 100% free Karen Reed. So there's that. When they put their sirens on, it's because they love. They are mad about the fact that Karen Reed is being persecuted again, and they believe Karen Reed is innocent. That's what I've heard. Amy, INS, not going to be a popular opinion, but I didn't watch the first trial, and I don't know the discrepancies, but she's the only witness who is coming across somewhat credible from a jury's lens. Well, that's great. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you think that now. And keep watching with us and tell us how you feel after cross-examination, after she gets off the stand. And yes, I would agree. If you didn't watch the first trial, you might think she looks like a really nice soccer mom, and you don't know all the lore. And no, there may be a lot of you in the chat who didn't watch the first trial. And so no shade at all. She's very good at what she does. She's very good at what she does, but the mask might fall off. So Amy, keep watching. Thank you for your 10. Norman says, could the fact there is no police report accident be because they didn't want insurance company to investigate? Could be. That's a good point, Norman. A lot of insurance adjusters watch this channel. They're like, I never would pay on this claim. I never would pay. Lindsay J, Parks and Rec, thank you. Thanks. One of my kids got to me first. Thank you. Nina, talking about Shakespeare. Jen is Lady Macduff. Thank you. Special Kate 999, when Jen called John Mr. Mom. She called him Mr. Mom on the stand. Oh, I'm going to have to go back and watch that. I was a little distracted during the beginning of her testimony. That's gross. I'll allow you to throw up a little bit in your mouth. Karen's screaming was not odd at all, says Farmer. Nope. Mike Dorado is here. Hey, Mike. Had to show some love. I just can't rewatch this trial. Oh, Mike, it's better than season 1. And that rarely happens. That season 2 is better than season 1. You're a saint for doing this again. I'm in it. I can't quit. We ain't got no quit, Mike, and neither do you. Mike, I know you ain't got no quit either. You have to come back to the light. Carolyn, come back to the light. Come back to the light. Does anybody remember that movie? That's an old movie. I'm dating myself now. Carolyn, come back to the light. We miss you too, Mike, but you should come back. You should come back. And then Amy says, but she doesn't have Mel or members from this chat. Karen is innocent. Thank you, Amy. Poltergeist. That's right. I think it was Zoe. Was it Zoe who got it first? That was from Poltergeist. The first one. I don't know how many poltergeists there were. But yes, Carolyn, come into the light. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Formerly Darla Human says, watch Jen when she's on cross, then closes her eyes when she knows she's caught lying. LOL, she has big tails. Yeah. And go watch Truth Revealed. Sergio Denaro is a great creator on YouTube. That's the name of his channel, Truth Revealed. He did some videos on Jen from the first trial and her testimony and what he thinks he was like an interrogator, like with the CIA or something. Like he knows when people are lying. Like that's his specialty. I don't know. I'm just abbreviating his qualifications for you. But go check it out. The Metatonic clock had me late. Hi, in lemonade pickets. Christy says, what's in this for Peg and family? If the city police cover this up like they did, can they sue for endless amounts of money? Why continue on with the circus? I don't know. I don't know, Christy. I can't. I'd be speculating. But a lot of people want to know. People want to know. We've been here. Thank you, Jean, for your Venmo and says, thanks for doing. You're the best. No, you are. All of you are. All of you are. Christy, didn't the spelling of the name Beverly bust the jinx too? I don't know what the jinx is, Christy. What's the jinx? Is that a TV show? You look way younger than me in your profile picture, so I may be too old to get your reference. Thank you, Lisa, who says, thanks for your coverage and for the shedding light and the truth on the Karen Reed case. I can't stop. I can't stop talking about it. I just can't stop. I'm not going to stop until Karen Reed is freed. And she's not, in jail technically, but she still has to deal with this ridiculousness. Resisting arrest, big sugar, 100 cigarettes for the list. Lally, thank you. Priscilla says, my heart breaks for Mr. O'Keefe having to sit through the shenanigans. Justice, the truth will come out. My heart breaks for him too. I don't know if God is good, Kelly Reed. God is good. God is good. Apparently everyone was crying when they left court today, so that's a good thing for the Reed family anyway. I don't know if the other side was crying because they were upset about it, but I don't know if Hank was crying because he's a big baby and a weasel, and that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Is anybody live right now that you want me to send you to? I'm not going to teleport you anywhere because we've been on the air for 8 hours and 39 minutes today. I don't know if it's a record, but it sure feels like one. I think I got up to use the ladies maybe once for 2 minutes and maybe ate my cantaloupe and cottage cheese. Really shoveled it down because I had to get right back on and I couldn't stop from saying something. Spend Tuesdays and Thursdays outside court supporting Karen. Quiet day. Oh, that's nice. Is that what you're doing, Cheryl? Is that what you're doing? She's already made up her mind. It's a Lyle Lovett song. It's on the playlist. Please listen to it. She's already made up her mind. It's a great Lyle Lovett tune. Do you guys know that tune? It's so good. And we're coming back tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow at I don't know, like around 8:50 a.m. for another day. And tomorrow's going to be great because it's tomorrow's going to be great because it's the cross of Jennifer McCabe. And I mean, like, how do you not come back for that? Mike Dorado, you have to come back for that tomorrow. You have to. All right. I have a song to play you out. Hold on. And I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. You know what? Because I'm like the coolest mom. I'm the coolest mom. And you know about Bang Bang, right? You know, I'm going to ask you to go like this video on YouTube. Because right now, they only have 19 subscribers and 104 views. But I know that you guys are going to blow this up for me. I know you are. Because I love you with all of my heart. And if I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Thank you on top for your super sticker. Thank you, Mrs. Poppins. He's coming back. Mike, he says I'm his Mary Poppins. I do, I have a bag like Mary Poppins. I could pull like a coat rack out of my bag. That's how much stuff I carry in my tote. Irish Wolfhound Mama, thank you for your 10. So Karen didn't remember being at Fairview, but remembered she cracked her taillight and then went out and cracked her taillight. Yes, that's what happened. Make it make sense. Amy Smith, I will be so happy when Karen wins this. I might finally get off the computer and actually get something done. LOL. Okay. I'm doing this for you. And I'm doing this for my kid. So one of my kids is in this band. And we know about Bang Bang. This is Paris Ray and the Crush Big Bang lyric video. Go love this on YouTube because it's awesome and it's on the Spotify playlist.
New York had an earthquake, a whopping 4.8 of magnitude. Just 4 lines and
I won't get stricken.
but it got me thinking how I didn't know what to do. This lack of preparedness is making me anxious, so what else is new?
You guys have volume on this?
A solar eclipse or the apocalypse, and I still wouldn't turn on the news, 'cause
We are two-stepping, aren't we?
just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with There's wildfires up north and they turn the sky orange. The whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed. We just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when you're feeling like Truman and nothing seems real. Don't know what it says, it bracing for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause
Get over there and like it on YouTube.
whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with
All right, but here, check out how cute they are because I wanted you to get a look at them too. They were entering the Tiny Desk contest. I'm not sure what ever happened with that. They're up to 34 subs now, so you guys are doing good. I'll play you out on this one. Oh, it's the same song. I didn't realize it was the same video. I could have showed you them the first time, but I showed you the lyric video instead. Listen, Justin Bieber, didn't he get popular on like YouTube or like one of the... Wait, Chibi, I put your super chat up before, I thought.
A whopping 4.8 on magnitude. Just 4 lines in fiction, but it got me thinking how I didn't know what to do. This lack of preparedness is making me anxious, so what else is new? A solar eclipse or the apocalypse, and I still wouldn't turn on the news, 'cause Just do whatever you want. If today is our last day,
That's terrible.
I hope we go out with
YouTube,
Turn the
Instagram.
sky orange, the whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed. We just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when
Spotify.
feeling like
Get them.
tuning and nothing feels
This song just dropped a couple weeks ago, and they were like top 100 in Spotify streams.
for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause I'll just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with
Yay, Andrea, sending you all the healing vibes on your journey. You're doing a great job, sweetheart. I always say no spoilers. All right. Woo! All right. Go love Paris Ray on the crush and the crush on all the socials. Because that'll make me coolest mom ever. I've already was coolest mom ever. Don't cry. Don't cry, Andrea. You're doing a great job. You got this. You got this. You're a warrior. You ain't got no quit. You got it. Send Andrea some good vibes and healing vibes. And she's on a journey, and we're here with her, and she's recovering, and we are wishing the best for you. Tristan M is here. Tristan, did you get the brick watch from Dave Portnoy? I need to know. Are you going to wear it on the stand? For a second, I loved Bev, Tristan said. Amy Smith says, I'll be so happy when Karen wins this. I might finally get off the computer and actually get something done. Maybe we all will. Well, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing it. This is my job. This is what I do. So, and I'm here with you. Thank you, Maria, for thanking me with your Venmo. I'm getting dizzy from not eating, so I'm going to go do that now. And I'm going to go juice. I'm juicing now. Thanks to Tracy, who commented on my Instagram. When I figure out her name on Instagram, I will shout her out as well. Thank you to the moderators, because without them, we could not do this. We would not have a channel. We would not be classy, and we would not be able to handle 8 hours and 51 minutes of streaming. If the chat is not here on replay, well, that's too bad, because, we may not be wanting to help the prosecution. So Mike from Providence says, got your theory about Jen's DNA on John may be correct, and it's probably why she made sure to say she hugged John at the waterfall. That too. Great, Mike from Providence. Well done. Well done. Thank you, moderators. Everyone do all of the things, please, that YouTube likes. It helps the girl out. I'm really trying to get that 100,000 subscriber silver play button that everyone has. Feral AF is terrified. Please tell me it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I'm talking you off the ledge, off the cliff. We're going to be good. We need to get a good night's sleep, because we're back here tomorrow. We're up to 88K. Look at that. All right. There was 5 people's DNA. I gotta go. I love you all. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Remember, as I always say to you, to close every stream, Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. I know you can do it. There's a lot of people out there who can't do it, but I know that you can. Peace, my friends. See you bright and early at 8:50 in the AM on the East Coast, which makes it 5:50 for you guys on the Best Coast. But I'll see you then. Peace.